Need to put on the record before,
Yes, sir. I noticed before you started that talk on the street, you said tomorrow would be better. Posted today, I don't know.
we'll take it up. Won't you put her in contact by phone with somebody from DA's office?
It's gonna be in Oxford.
All right, we'll see and see how. We'll see what tomorrow holds anyway. What we're gonna do tomorrow anyway. All right, but right now, give me 1 minute, and then I'll be back and we'll get started. Everybody ready? So bring the jury in.
Your Honor,
Oh, don't bring
did
me.
you want to know about plans for Sunday? I know you had inquired to the jury and we had talked.
The jury indicated they wanted to work Sunday. We're gonna talk more, see how this witness goes. Are you gonna ask me to take a bus ride tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I understand that the jury is set to eat at 10:30 tomorrow.
And now we're going to object to the bus ride.
I understand that, and I haven't made a decision yet, but if we do take a bus ride, I think it'll be before 10:30. And then we'll see, then we'll talk more before, I won't bring this jury on in here now, but, and go from there, but, if we do take a bus ride, it'll be before 10:30, in the morning anyway. All right, show the jury in. You get your exhibits like you wanted them read. You get your exhibits like you wanted them. Okay. Everybody good on the jury? Nothing little y'all left over, it wasn't that? All right, you may continue your cross-examination of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Director, I want to clear something up a little bit. Y'all received your final report on the DNA September the 5th, 2024, correct? That's my understanding.
I don't know when the final report was received. You referenced that, and
My understanding is that things were submitted to the lab immediately after, once retrieved, and lab reports came in periodically as to when things were coming back to y'all.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, but the final report, I don't know the exact date. You referenced that, but I mean,
Basically, that's just a couple of months ago, but y'all had reports throughout. The final report that got to y'all combining everything was sent September 5th, 2024. I don't want to confuse the jury, correct?
okay.
Also, I want to ask you, as far as I asked you about going back to Molly Bar. Y'all also took the fingerprints out of Mr. Harrington's apartment, right? Y'all did print analysis there?
I don't know.
Baker would be better at telling us that, right?
I don't think Ryan was there either. I think, or Detective Baker, I think, Detective Rachel Carver was the one doing that with the other individuals there. Myself and Detective Baker, took Tim Harrington back to CID to interview him.
But your understanding is that y'all did print analysis, trace evidence, I should say print analysis, y'all lifted prints, it's in the reports, at Harrington's apartment, right? And the trace evidence that we talked about, as far as collecting items for the purpose of trace analysis, right?
Yes, sir.
And you also found in the apartment when you searched Mr. Harrington's phone and his computer, right? We talked about that earlier.
Yes.
So those were done forensic analysis for those two machines, right?
Yes, sir.
And trace analysis for the physical items out of the apartment, right?
Yeah, they would have gathered and collected items, yes.
Right, okay. And I want to just kind of, so after y'all recovered those things, it's a fair statement that you didn't make any effort to go back to Molly Bar at any point in time to do any similar type searches of any apartments or anything over there at Molly Bar at any point in time.
I don't recall, I do not believe either that we searched any apartments over there.
Well, in one of the reports, there was a report in OPD, and I don't know if you're familiar with, I hope you are, familiar with the fact that during the course of this investigation, y'all went to an apartment that was unlocked, the officers went in shortly after this incident and did a safety search in there because it was open and unlocked, went in, looked around a little bit in Molly Bar Trails Apartments, right?
Okay.
Close proximity. That's not a very big complex, is it?
It's not just one way in, one way out.
Right. But shortly after, and I think it was somewhere around July the 10th or 11th, officers with OPD and UPD, while they were searching out in an area, one of the apartments was open, no one in it, but it was open, and they walked around, looked around, right?
Okay, yes, sir.
And
I don't understand how he's able to testify the facts not in evidence, and the witness responds with, if you say so. If you ask him if he is aware of that, I think he's already responded that if they did, they did, if they didn't, they didn't, but he doesn't know. He wasn't part of it.
he just said he was.
I don't think this witness is the appropriate witness.
Rephrase the question to ask him, does he know the course of his investigation was this or was it?
I will, Your Honor. I guess I'll find it in here, the two officers that went in there. I'll take me a few minutes. But your understanding is, based on the reports in the file, that during the search of the area, after y'all had found the car, looking around in the area, like you testified about on direct and cross at Molly Bar, that some of the officers, during the course of that search, went into an apartment that was open, basically did their own, they went in primarily because you didn't know if they were going to find any evidence in there, but characterized in the report as a safety search, right? Is that right?
I was not there. If you're saying they did that,
If there's a report to reflect that,
then it must have happened.
okay. All right. You reviewed y'all were meeting, you're going over all the reports and everything on this, but you have not read a report that reflected that.
There's a lot of reports,
Okay.
Mr. Rand. I'm not sure the exact one you're talking about, but if you'll hand me the report, I'll look at it and see if I recall.
We're going to move on to the final report, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, the exhibit, you're familiar with the Mr. Harrington's Ford Escape, right? That was seized, you identified it on.
Yes, sir.
And likewise, Detective Douglas was involved in investigating this case as well from UPD, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. and you're familiar with the fact that the entertainment center, we talked about it, the report was sent back reflecting the fact that there was no evidence of value obtained from Mr. Harrington's vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. That report was sent to Mr. Douglas, Detective Douglas, as well as OPD. Fair statement?
Fair statement.
All right. We talked about some things earlier about, you had some other individuals that were of interest to you during the course of the investigation. Timberland Mattis, are you familiar with that individual?
I remember the name.
All right. And I think it may be more appropriate for Detective Baker, but my understanding was that, and it appears to read in the report, I'm going to try to sum this up so we can all not go through every report, but it appears to be that one of y'all's meetings early on in the investigation, I think around the 11th, that there was an interview with Mr. Mattis and Metro agents. The Bureau of Narcotics was involved in this investigation too, right?
The Lafayette County Bureau of Narcotics.
Yeah.
Yes.
Their narcotics.
Yes.
And during the course of the interview of Mr. Mattis, he became a suspect. Now, I'm not saying that he had enough probable cause to arrest him or anything like that. All I'm saying, he was a suspect.
He was definitely a person of interest,
All
I'm
right.
sure. Again, Mr. Haran, you're referring to stuff on the 11th. I left after the meeting on the morning of the 11th. I'm not sure what time he was interviewed. I wasn't there
Okay.
for that interview.
I'm just asking you whether or not he was a person of interest.
If he's on, I do remember the name. Yes, sir.
All right. So, during the course of y'all's interview with Mr. Mattis, he gave y'all some information, likewise, that was troubling to you as far as whether or not he was being honest with y'all about his relationship with Jay Lee. Fair statement?
I don't know, Mr. Haran. I wasn't there for the interview. I had the flu. I was out.
Shane, I don't want to go through every report and everything. After y'all met, after he'd been interviewed, some of the stuff that he told you troubled y'all, correct?
And he was a person of interest, yes. And there was other, yes.
Some of the things that troubled y'all about what he had told you, he had misrepresented to y'all the extent of his relationship with Jay Lee. Fair enough?
Fair enough, yes, sir.
All right. He also, during his interview, gave many signs of nervousness, complained having an upset stomach, didn't have to go to the bathroom, fidgeting with his nails, fingernails, and the table. Mr. Mattis moved around a lot. When Jay Lee's name was mentioned, he would sit straight up, perfect posture. Mr. Mattis constantly changed his story and timeline during the interview. Eventually, Mattis stated he had actually been at Jay Lee's campus wall. You remember those
Wait a minute,
content?
We got an objection.
Again,
I'm gonna let you show, before you read that, I'm gonna let you show him to the witness and see if he knows, what he knows.
and before he starts.
I asked him, were those some of the things that made
Hang
him...
on.
Before he begins to read from a report,
It's not a report. It's a summary of a report. He just said that
Hang on, let me hear Mr. Freemore's objection.
it amounts to testifying on behalf of other people. Mr. Horan is actually testifying and then asking questions about it.
Your Honor,
Facts not evidence.
He is on cross-examination. I'm gonna give you, some some leeway.
Well,
But,
I would request if.
some leeway, but I don't.
I'm not gonna, Your Honor, I asked him, was he a point of interest? And there was concerns about his statement, he was a point of interest. He said yes.
All right,
Then I want to ask him if these some of the things that concerned him. This is a report in their file, the content of which, the summary is. Some of the things that we just talked about were some of the concerns that y'all had as an agency when y'all talked about the interview of Mr. Mattis, correct?
I don't know what you're reading from. Is it a police report? Because you're saying that you listed out a bunch of things that the concern. Can you go back through that list?
I'm just gonna ask you for some of the things that, and I get it from the report of Ms. McGuire.
Yeah.
But you understand that you had reports y'all got together, summarized witnesses, people that were points of interest, some of the concerns, like you talked about some of the concerns you had with Mr. Harrington.
Yes.
Some of the concerns you had with Mr. Mathis was about his timeline. His timeline, correct? Changing his story.
I was not present at that interview, nor have I seen a video of that interview. I can't tell you my opinion on
I'll rephrase my question.
if you're gonna ask this question about some court document that he explained.
I'll let him mark, John.
Let him look at it.
Have it marked for identification D73. You ever seen this D73 before? Ever read it? Reviewed the contents of it? Or discussed it with any other individual?
I don't believe I've ever seen this report. This is University of Mississippi Police Department report as notated here.
It's my question. If you have gone over that report, with Richard Nathan, whoever did that report, or discussed the contents of that report with any of those individuals? If you haven't, just say you haven't.
I don't believe I have. I'm not. There's a lot of stuff in here, but as far as referring to that interview you were talking about, I don't recall anything with that interview.
You're not knowledgeable of Mr. Mathis's interview with UPD?
Yes, I'm knowledgeable of it, but you were asking specific things like nervousness and all of that. I'm not.
Was that reported to you from UPD that he conducted himself in that manner consistent with that report?
Okay, you're asking for those specific things. Gotcha.
Yes.
All right.
About Mr. Mathis. listen to the part about Mr. Mattis in the report.
It jumps around as far as Mathis in different sections, so I'm just trying to,
Understand?
yeah. But are you looking for those specific words about him being
I'm just
nervous?
asking you right now, are you familiar with the content of the report as to whether or not you familiar with the statements in the report by the reporting officer? At any point in time, either through a direct conversation or through a group meeting that y'all had with PD, Metro, you're familiar with the contents, the representations made from Mathis to the reporting officer? Yes or no?
I don't recall a lot of this that's in here.
Content of the statement, Mr. Mathis, the interview of Mr. Mathis, his conduct, as well as the statements were made to UPD officers that you have familiar with, yes or no?
He made statements to UPD officers, yes.
And it was part of y'all's investigation, you
Yes.
retrieved that information.
Yes, they went
Okay.
to go talk to him.
All right. In regards to those comments that he made in the course of this interview, the manner in which he conducted himself, and whether or not he made misrepresentations to y'all, he did that, did he not?
Yes.
I say y'all, I'm talking about UPD and OPD, right?
Okay.
Because y'all used the information from UPD to further your investigation, right? This was on 7/19 on this report,
Yeah,
right?
everybody's working together, yeah.
You got involved in it on 11th. Y'all get together, right?
Yes.
All right, we passed that.
Yeah.
Is it a fair misrepresentation in that report? Exhibit number? '73. Is it consistent with what I asked you previously? Mr. Mathis, you look at the report, you hold it while I ask you these questions.
Yeah, yeah, let's,
Is that okay?
yes, sir.
73. You look at it. Tell me whether or not Exhibit 73, if I'm misrepresenting any statement, please let me know.
Your Honor, I object to that question.
Well,
It's
I'm
really
just
about his knowledge, not
All right.
contained
It's in the report.
whether it's on.
I'll move on. I'm sorry, Judge.
Examination, I'm gonna ask
Frustrated.
no question.
All right. Mr. Mathis stated, first of all, the report indicates that Mr. Mathis seemed to display many signs of nervousness during the interview. Mathis complained of having an upset stomach, needing to have to go to the bathroom, and fidgeting with his hands.
Mr. Rand, you've had 2.5 years to review this. I just now got
Take
it.
your time.
Yeah.
All right.
Tell me, start with the sentence that
I've
you,
got a summary.
Okay.
Tell me whether or not that's in the report.
Mr. Mathis has an upset stomach, that's what I'm looking for?
Displayed many signs of nervousness during his interview.
Okay, but,
Objection, ask and answer. I believe the witness had already answered that he was aware of those,
I didn't hear that. I thought he wanted to look at it.
I didn't hear it either, so.
about the interview, not about the report.
The report, that's a summary of it. Do you see in there where it says Mathis?
Oh, well, you can.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mathis complained of having an upset stomach, needing to have to go to the bathroom, fidgeting with his hands, fingernails, and the table. You see that?
hang on, I'm hang on. Bear with me, Mr. Rand. Are you sure this is the right report, Mr. Duran?
All right, look, yes, I believe so.
Don't let them compare your notes anyway.
If you'll find the exact statement you're looking for, I'll be happy. I'm just flipping through it here. I'm looking for upset stomach and nervousness, and I'm not picking up on it, but.
Is this a different document?
It is, I'm gonna have to mark.
D73.
I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong one. Let's put another line of question. Have this marked for identification, please. Sorry, some different line of question. Two pages are digit 74. Next two pages on the report I showed you earlier, I think. 73. Review that document, see if you can identify the content of information from Mr. Mattis you were briefed on.
All right, so I'm seeing what you asked me a minute ago. Mattis complained of having an upset stomach, needing to have to go to the bathroom.
I'm sorry. Does that appear to be that report, 74? You see that? Above that, I believe it's right above it. It makes a comment. You agree with me that Mattis stated he woke up to get ready for his next shift. He saw which would be 7/9 of 22. He saw the press release that he attempted to call Jay Lee but did not get an answer. You see that?
Yes.
When did you say that press release was done? $11th or 10th? I can't remember.
I know UPD released one. I think UPD released one on July 10th, and then another one was released on July 11th.
So I assume that was part of y'all's concern that Mr. Mattis had provided information about a press release on the 9th and it didn't come out till the 10th.
Well, but in the last report you handed me that was wrong, I think the date on the interview was 7/19/2022, which would have been 10 days. It was 10 days.
He just messed up, apparently.
It's possible I wasn't there, sir.
I got you. He's on the 9th. Okay. It goes on to indicate Mattis moved around and was fidgety when Jay Lee's name was mentioned.
Wait a minute, let me find it, please. Yes, fidgeting with his hands, yes.
Mattis consistently changed his story and his timeline during the interview.
Okay, I found that. Yes.
All right? And then it says, eventually, Mattis stated he had actually been to Jay Lee's Campus Walk Apartments, and he described it.
Okay.
Previously, according to that interview, I don't want to go into the details, previously, apparently, he had lied to them about a relationship with Jay Lee. And later on in the interview, he admits that he engaged in activity with Jay Lee, correct, basically? Is that what that interview represents to y'all?
Mr. Rand, you keep saying y'all, I can't.
As an agency, I'm talking about UP and OPD.
He was
Y'all
on the
share
he was a person of interest at one time,
Right.
yes.
And on down in there,
On, and on the
I'm
report,
on, yeah, on the report, I'm gonna get to a point down here. Look on there if you see whether or not he represented to your officers there that he had blocked Mattis, Jay Lee had blocked Mattis from his social media before. You see that statement?
hang on. Okay,
You see that?
Jay Lee has blocked Mattis from social media before.
Fair enough?
Yes, yeah, no, that's what's written in the report.
Can you tell me, as you understand it, how it came to be that Mr. Mattis was moved off the list of people of interest?
I can't.
All right. Well, let me help you a little bit. According to y'all's reports, that during the time 558,
Objection, Your Honor.
let me ask you a question.
Hang on.
There's a lot of reports. May we approach the same objection? If he's got a
All right. Along those lines, I have this marked for identification, please. I approach you now.
You may.
This appears to be part of the Oxford Police, University Police Department report, but it provides information about activity of Detective Baker.
Yes, this is a University of Mississippi Police Department police report written by Shayla McGuire.
All right, and you've seen that before, reviewed it, is that right?
I've not seen this report till you just
All
handed
right,
it to me.
can you look at it, please? See if you're familiar with the content of the report where it references Oxford Police Department, Detective Baker. They did all the cell right extractions and all that stuff, right?
I'm not, just one more second, I'm almost to the end
Thank
of
you.
it.
What did you say?
I don't, I mean, he said, let me look at it for a second.
Okay.
right, I'm finished, Mr. Haran.
You familiar with that report?
I mean, after reading it, I can tell you what's on the page, yes, sir.
I got it. Can I see it for a second, please?
Yeah.
In that report, correct me if I'm wrong, you identified it. Mr. Mattis was eliminated as a suspect because cell phone extraction from Ryan Baker indicated that his cell phone at 5:58, the time of Mr. Lee's disappearance on that report, Mr. Mattis' cell phone was at a location, his apartment, and he was searching some porn. That's the only reason Mr. Mattis was eliminated as a suspect, according to that report, right?
Yes, according to what's on this report, yes. Let me keep it.
Thank
Oh.
That report date is July 20th, right?
Wednesday, July 20th, 2022, yes.
Notwithstanding all the things we talked about earlier about Mr. Mattis, how he conducted himself, fidgety, false information provided to police officers, he was eliminated on that date, July 20th, just because his cell phone location or ping location or something,
I don't think it said ping location, Mr. Haran.
or something, some reason they located because his phone was searching from in his apartment area or something. That was it, basically, according to this report. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Similar to what you just said to me, the phone was at County Road 104 in Lafayette County and appears to be searching pornographic sites.
All right, let's talk a little bit about, so, Mr. Mattis basically gave you misrepresentations about, or gave y'all, the agent, your department, and UPD, a lot of misrepresentations about his relationship with Mr. Lee, correct? Based on what
We went over fidgeting, upset stomach, had to go to the bathroom. What misrepresentations?
Well, he first gave information in the report, according to what we went over just a few minutes ago. He lied about having a relationship with him, Mr. Lee, and then came back later on in the interview, according to the report, that he admitted he had relationships with him, and I think further on in the report, did you finish reading it all?
This one right here. Okay,
Yeah.
what section?
He says, look in there and see what he talks about as far as, hold on a second. About having relationships, he said he's never had a sexual relationship in Mr. Lee's car. You see that in there?
I'm looking for it now that you said. Yeah, let's see. All right.
See that?
This is what I'm gonna read. Can I read this section of it and see if we're on the same
Sure.
page?
Take your time.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Mathis was adamant that he has never been in Jay Lee's car and that Jay Lee has never been in his.
Okay.
Is that what we're referring to?
Correct.
All right.
Now, did y'all ever acquire the fingerprints of Mr. Mathis? Let's start with him to determine whether or not there may be some fingerprints either in Mr. Lee's car or whether or not you took the fingerprints of Mr. Lee and compared them to Mr. Mattis's car or anything like that? You didn't do any of that, did you?
I'm not aware of any fingerprints taken from Mr. Mathis.
Just using him as an example. I'm not trying to point the finger at Mr. Mattis. I'm just saying that was a suspect. Y'all didn't do these things during the course of time that he was giving y'all all this inconsistent information. Fair enough? That's the 20.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not saying I'm just saying he gave you the same type of information that Jose Reyes gave y'all,
Okay.
right? Jose was not honest with y'all at first, right?
Mr. Rand, if you got a report that shows something for me to read, I didn't talk to Mr. Jose Reyes.
I understand that. Did you review the reports? Every report that came in from OPD, kind of running the show, you and Mr. Baker, when they did a report, did you review them about witness statements and summaries about what they had told and concern that people had?
To the best of my recollection, I think University Police Department talked to Jose Reyes. I don't have access to those police reports.
You did not have them?
I don't have access to their system to review those police reports. But
Did you ever review them?
I've not looked at any UPD reports. If you'll hand me one by somebody, I'll be happy to look over it though now.
All right, let's move on to Mr. Fears. Just a little bit. From what y'all are telling, from what we know now, that there's a phone call from Jay Lee, Mr. Fears and Jay Lee had communications somewhere around 5:58, right?
Yes, sir, around that time frame.
All right. And do you know whether or not it's 5:58 on a Friday morning, right? Is that right? Am I date wrong?
It's July 8th, 2022 on a Friday morning.
When was July 8th? Is it a Friday?
If you're asking me when July 8th, 2022 was, I'll need a calendar to go back to. I don't want to say it's a Friday just because you do.
Right. Do you know who originated that call at 5:58 a.m.?
Whether it was Mr. Fears or Jay Lee, off the top of my head, I do not know who originated that call.
Right? Well, if I represented to you that you got a Snapchat FaceTime call from Jay Lee, prior testimony, you can't dispute that. I mean, we just get past that point.
Yeah.
Regardless
Yeah.
of that, 5:58 on that morning, pretty good friends be calling that early in the morning, right? Any of my kids, for me at 5:58 in the morning, call me, it better be important. Same with you.
Yeah, 5:58 is a little early, but yeah.
Right, I understand. I promise you, if I call one of mine at 5:58, they're not going to be happy. But nonetheless, we talked about this conversation, and Jay Lee told him he was going out for a hookup with a person whom he had blocked earlier, right? Hookup. That was the characterization that he made, right?
He was going to meet somebody that he met previously, yes.
Right. Now, again, it appears that those two individuals have a pretty good relationship between themselves, calling that early in the morning, talk for 3 minutes, right?
I would say they probably did.
All right. And in that conversation, my understanding is that Mr. Fears represented to, and you're familiar with that conversation in pretty good detail because OPD had gotten involved at that point in time, right?
Somewhere around that time, yes, sir.
Right. So that was 5:58 on the 8th morning, good friends. And if you look at, correct me if I'm wrong, if you look at their conversations previously, they had talked earlier that night as well. Because I know you looked at probably all the other Snapchat and all this other stuff I'm not going to go into right now. Is it a fair representation that Fears and Lee, they talked earlier that night, they talked the day before, right?
I'm sure if they're close friends, they probably did talk a good bit.
Pretty good friends, it sounds like at least on Snapchat, FaceTime. And your representation is that Fears contacted through the hotline. On what time and day did he contact y'all?
I don't know exactly what time,
Fair stated it wasn't until after the press release came out?
yes,
That's
after
what y'all
the,
said?
yes, after the press release, I think he contacts and lets us know that he had, talked to Jay Lee that morning, and Jay Lee was going to, meet with, somebody that he met previously early in the morning, going back to their place. And then, during that phone call, Khalid Fears, between him and Jay Lee, he could see Jay Lee, going to some location. It wasn't very far, so.
Okay. But, did you find any messages? I'm just curious. I mean, I kind of know the answer, but I'm going to ask you. Any messaging, from Mr. Fears that he had reached out to Jay Lee between the time of 6:03 that morning and the time that the press release was out?
I don't recall off the top of my head. You said you have the answer, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
But you've already testified earlier that Ms. Lee come to Oxford, call friends, and in fact, Jose Reyes, according to the reports, he had gone to parking garages. They were looking for Jay Lee in town, right?
Yeah,
All right. That's on the 9th, right?
I think they do. I think they do come up on the 9th. Yeah.
A lot of people,
Yeah.
it's already been established that Jay Lee was amongst his friends, well known amongst all of them, but you're telling me that Mr. Fears reported after the press release that he had talked to Jay Lee that morning at 5:58. That's factual, isn't it?
After the press release, Khalid Fears called in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So, Mr. Fears wasn't forthcoming. I'm not saying it. He just didn't reach out to y'all or to the family and let them know, hey, look, I know everybody's looking for him, or whether or not they were looking for him at all. But it's factual that you didn't hear from him until that time.
Right after the press release, we heard from Mr. Fears.
All right. And likewise, during Mr. Reyes's interview, it was reported to you that he was showing signs of deception as well, right?
If you'll let me see what you're, I don't.
Yes or no?
I don't recall. I mean, if you,
You're gonna ask the witness about a document, right here the document, let me see it.
All right. Well, now can you tell me, the Walmart situation, when you saw the video at Walmart and what you represent to be a conversation between my client and an attendant, did you go find out who that attendant was and interview that individual?
no, sir.
Is that the only footage that you have at Walmart on that particular day?
No, sir. We have, there's footage of Mr. Harrington driving into the,
I'll rephrase my question.
no,
What we've seen today is the basic sum of your footage of the activity, your investigation pertaining to the video surveillance at Walmart that y'all, part of your investigation, right?
I hadn't seen the Walmart video. We watched it yesterday, I think.
You don't have any more to show this jury, any more video that y'all retrieved? Not a trick question. I promise.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do the Snapchat messages, I'm gonna get back to Mr. Fears for just a second.
Yes, sir.
Do the Snapchat messages between Mr. Fears or FaceTime, Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, whatever, messages represent that it is apparent that Mr. Fears had some type of relationship with Jay Lee or not?
I can't go back and reference old messages between Jay Lee and Fears at this time. If you have something that show me.
I'm asking you, based on your investigation, did it appear that they had a relationship between the two of them prior to July the 8th?
Oh, prior to July, I think they were friends.
Okay. Anything on their messages indicated that they had any types of relationships set?
Sharon, I can't tell you that. I didn't go back. I don't recall any of the old.
Look at all that.
It may have been possible that I did. I just don't recall any of those old messages.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can't say whether they did or not based on your investigation, basically, right?
Based on, yes, me.
Now, the report on you stated at the Molly Bar that officers did go out there and investigate, knock on doors, and did go in vacant apartments that were out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Went inside. Fair enough. But you did not do any similar search to any of those apartments or in the area at Molly Bar consistent with the type of searching that you did inside Mr. Harrington's apartment?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
All right. You viewed the videotape of the car going in, Mr. Lee's car going in the apartment complex, right?
Yes, sir.
And on that video, it appears to be a number of cars going out, 3 or 4 at least, going out before the individual, Mr. Harrington,
There you go.
what it's worth, or came out. There were other cars leaving.
Sure.
Did you obtain those tags and interview those individuals that own those cars that may be occupants of Molly Bar trails to determine whether or not they had seen anything suspicious of Molly Bar trail?
To the best of my recollection, I think we were able to identify one person and talk to them.
You identified the cars.
I think it was the car and the person that had the car. I believe that's to the best of my recollection.
But the other vehicles, you didn't do all the type of video stuff, watching them go down the street, since you could find out tags, see where they went, or anything. The people inside Molly Bar trails that left from the time that Mr. Lee's car goes in, and benefit of your investigation, that Mr. Harrington comes out.
Yes, sir.
None of those vehicles were, individuals that owned those vehicles were talked to, nor were those cars searched, located and searched in any way.
No, you said none of them. I said, I think we did one.
Other than that one.
It could have been more. I'm not sure. To the best of my recollection, one.
Any of those individuals, it said it was 9 minutes between the time that the car was parked,
Yes, sir.
the time that your investigation reveals that Mr. Harrington, based on what your theory is, left the apartment complex, right? 9 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Not very big complex, right?
Not very big complex.
So, did you tie any of the vehicles that came out with any of the apartments that you tie any of the cars that came out to any of the apartments at Molly Bar at all?
That's what I told you a minute ago. I think we identified one. To the best of my recollection, I think we identified one car and two being in Molly Bar Trails.
All right. It looked like there were about 3, but that's okay. Did you watch the video for a period all day or 3 hours or 4 hours and get all of those cars and see whether or not any of those individuals had been in any of those apartments or in close proximity to the vehicle of Jay Lee's?
Yeah, we didn't continue. I don't know how much video we actually watched of Molly Bar Trails, so I can't just confirm for you that we watched hours upon hours of video.
I understand.
We did watch video.
You've had an officer testify here what he watched and what he reported, right? So he did that as far as download, right?
Yes, to the best of my recollection, I believe it was Detective Mark Hodges that pulled the
Correct.
video, and then he watched and examined it. So as much video as he watched, again, I don't want to say the wrong thing and tell you we watched hours and hours. I don't know how much.
I'm just saying that was the individual that retrieved the time frame.
Yes, sir.
He said a couple hours other than that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so as far as the, let's say, area around Molly Bar, where y'all found the car, y'all walked out in the area out there, and reports indicate it's a metal detector, stuff like that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was done on the 11th or 12th.
I don't want to tell you the wrong day, but yes, it was soon after.
Fair to say, after you arrested Mr. Harrington, never went back to Molly Bar to do any additional investigation as far as trace evidence. Fair statement?
We went back out to Molly Bar Trails, I believe. I just don't know what the dates were.
Have you been back to the area of Mr. Harrington's apartment since you did the initial search at his apartment?
You're talking about? Yes, we have.
And when did that occur?
I don't know the dates in 2022. The most recent one was in this year.
Well, this year, let's narrow it down a little bit more. Within the last month?
I don't want to get it wrong for you, Mr. Haran.
Pretty close to a month ago.
It ain't been long, no.
Ain't been long, but a little bit tighter than this year. It's been,
Sure.
Right? Been about a month ago. Fair
Okay.
enough?
Fair enough.
Went to Molly Bar and, went to the Fed place and did a search of the area around the Fed place, right? Around this apartment, the whole complex, really.
No, not the whole
Like,
complex.
tell me where y'all went.
No, we were behind. There's a fence or a gate that runs out. We were in this little wooded area down below in this little ditch part area. If you give me a map, I'll show you where we were. But
Okay, I'm just asking, Jim.
it's just a little wooded area we were in. Just
And y'all didn't have any new information, y'all were just out there looking. I've talked to you about this, correct? Y'all out there looking, right?
yes, sir.
And y'all were looking, y'all were looking outside the apartment complex, correct? Fair, outside. You didn't go back inside.
His apartment?
Yes.
No.
You indicated previously that, did you actually go down to Grenada to the Harrington residence?
During the search warrant, yes, sir, I believe I was down there.
And that was 2 or 3 days after Mr. Harrington's arrest, is that right?
I do not recall off the top of my head the search warrant.
Generally around that, generally
Sure,
around
yes,
that.
sir. After Tim Harrington was arrested, yes, sir.
All right. You also, during the course of y'all's investigation, y'all went to Lamar Park and searched Lamar Park, is that right?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't remember a Lamar Park search.
Pat,
There's a Pat Lamar Park. I think it's the same kind of thing. I don't remember that one.
I got a report that Oxford PD searched Lamar Park several times or a couple of times. Is that right or wrong?
Like I just said, I don't.
Lamar Park is an area that came up during the investigation where, quote unquote, a lot of hookups took place. People would meet at Lamar Park, right?
That's what you're telling me. I don't know. I don't know how many times they went out to Lamar Park or. I did not go out to Lamar Park, is what I'm telling you.
You didn't go, I'm not going to ask you, see, your agency, the department went to Lamar Park because several witnesses told y'all, hey, look, I met, Fears told y'all, first time I ever met him was at Lamar Park, right?
I don't know if that's what he
2 or
told
3
me.
of the witnesses told y'all, made reference to Pat Lamar Park. That's why y'all went and did Pat Lamar Park, right?
If there's reports referencing that and then they go to Pat Lamar Park.
Everybody good? Let me know when you're not.
About done, Your Honor. Promise. Getting back to Mr. Mattis, he was the last, he indicated y'all, he had made a, I don't know if I asked you this, he had called, J. Lee that night before recording the interview was, and y'all's report indicated that there was a phone call, I believe, that he had made to Mr. Lee earlier that night, right?
Mr. Ryan, I wish you'd just show me what you're talking about. I don't.
Just asking,
I don't.
do you remember whether or not?
I do not remember.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. We're gonna be a little while, probably, we ready? Yes. All right, let's take a little break now. Maybe we'll have to take one later. take it before the jury comes back?
Not from the state.
No. I know it's early, and we may not work all day tomorrow, but let's start thinking about, I know we can't pick jury instructions yet, but, if you may not even get there, but at least be cognizant of the possibility of needing jury instructions, so, okay? I'll just leave it at that anyway. You know, some judges make potential instructions be filed before the trial started and everything. All right, just want to make sure that we didn't get through a testimony and folks start thinking about them then anyway.
We're past that, Judge.
Okay, good. That's just want to make sure. Hey. I wasn't worried about you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. You think the jury's ready or not? Yes, sir. Ready? The jury's ready. All right, the jury's ready. Let's try to get ready. You ready, Red?
He's looking through the exhibits real quick.
Let's get ready pretty quick here.
All right,
All right. I think I've made it clear, but anything back there as far as drinks, snacks, any of that kind of stuff y'all want out here, y'all welcome to. I use my sugar getting low. Y'all don't even have to have an excuse, okay? I got people all day. You may proceed when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. You were asked on cross-examination about some text messages or social media, whatever they are, the messages about between Tim Harrington and Emily Watson.
Yes.
And do you recall that being about the screws that were left at another work site?
Yes, it was something about screws that Emily needed to pick up or she wanted to get.
All right. Was it your understanding as part of the investigation that those screws were in the box truck or at some other location?
Now, my understanding they were in the box truck.
Okay. Do you know or have any information of whether you would need the box truck to transport those screws back to Emily Watson? Would it require the use of the box truck?
I don't think a box of screws would require a box truck to move a set of screws.
All right. And you were asked about messages with Tim Harrington regarding Laura Reed about moving a bed from Grenada.
Yes.
And I believe that was either on July the 7th or July the 8th, whatever the messages.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember when that message was, but I believe the move was supposed to be set for the 19th of July, if I'm mistaken.
Were you aware of what Tyson King said about whether they had any moves on that day of July the 8th, 2022?
Tyson King told us they did not have a move that day.
No move scheduled?
No move scheduled.
All right. Were there any messages that you saw between Tim Harrington and Laura Reed about scheduling a move that day?
No.
All right. Do you know, as part of your investigation, whether Tim Harrington would have needed to go get the box truck on the early morning hours of July the 8th, 2022, in order to respond to whatever Laura Reed needed?
No, there was no indication of him needing to go get the box truck for anything that day.
All right, you were asked about messages between Tim Harrington and Kadarius Love.
Yes, sir.
That was in regard to, I believe, a toolbox.
Yes.
Would there be any necessity as part of your investigation for Tim Harrington to need the box truck in order to take care of that issue with getting a toolbox to Kadarius Love?
I wouldn't believe so, no, sir.
Okay. Now, as far as the messages between Jay Lee and Tim Harrington that morning,
Yes, sir.
you were asked about a specific message that came from redeye_24 in the early morning hours of July the 8th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recall just the quality of the response from Jay Lee when that first redeye_24 message came in?
I was asked about who TF is this?
So that who TF is this came from Jay Lee, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, can you remind the jury of what the investigation revealed as to why Jay Lee responded that way?
Because Jay Lee initially blocked Tim Harrington, so Tim Harrington had to go back and add him on a different account, which is what we heard in the interview.
All right, to reinitiate the conversation
Yes, sir.
under a different handle.
Yes, sir.
And that handle ended up being what?
Redeye_24.
Okay. You were asked about line 125. I believe that was part of that dump from Tim Harrington's cell phone, correct?
Yes.
Contained that history,
Yes.
and recorded in that history. Are you familiar with that entry on 125?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. Now, that entry on 125 was a search that was, what is the timestamp?
It's on July the 8th, 2022 at 5:57 a.m.
5:57 a.m. And that was the search about how long does it take to strangle, and then Gabby Petito's name is listed there, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you were asked about entries right after that that occurred, what, within 7 seconds?
Yes.
Now, as far as zeroing in on that Google search by Tim Harrington, would Ryan Baker have more information about that than you do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why is that?
Because he was the one that extracted this information, will be able to provide more, I think Mr. Aranan asked me about some of this source file information. I don't understand. I told him originally I don't understand what any of it is. I just see the numbers and different letters.
And then, item 128,
Mine stops at 127.
127. That was about the, does a pre-workout boost testosterone? Do you remember that?
I do remember that one. Yes, sir.
That's not 128. Is that received? All right. Bottom of that, the bottom corner is page 15,
15.
and at the top is 128.
Yes.
And that is a pre-workout boost testosterone. That was at what time?
It's July the 8th, 2022 at 5:58 a.m.
Okay. And that was from Tim Harrington's phone dump
Yes, sir.
as originating from his phone, a search.
Yes, sir.
All right. Then, it's 128, 558. There's a repeat at 129. Then there's a, after 129 at 558, the next entry is at what time?
7/8/2022. It's 6:44:12 a.m.
644. And then the next line is line what?
131.
131, and that entry is at what time?
7:02:39 a.m.
Okay. And then the next entry is at what? What
7,
number
8.
Is it
132.
132?
Yes. Instant message outgoing 7/8/2022 at 7:59:53 a.m. And it says, "Good morning. I can drop the screws off right now."
Okay. All right. Then underneath that is
33.
133.
July the 8th, 2022 at 8:04:15 a.m. Police Appreciation Week 2022.
Is that a Google search?
Appears to be a search. I don't know if it came off of Safari or Google. Again, I don't know what some of this stuff at the bottom means.
So,
But it came off of Tim Harrington's phone.
police appreciation. Right?
Yes.
2022. That 134 indicate a Google search.
Yes, Google search Police Appreciation Week,
All right.
2022.
And then right after that, that was at 8:04:15. Then 1:35. What was that search?
In what ways can you celebrate police during July 7/8/2022 at 8:04:35 a.m.?
All right, so you were asked by Mr. Haran, I believe he characterized it as Tim Harrington being cooperative with you and Ryan Baker when he was interviewed.
Yes,
You
sir.
remember him characterizing it as his client being cooperative?
Yes, sir.
What about based on what you knew about the investigation, would you consider the quality of his information that he provided to be cooperating, or would you have a different way to describe it?
Interviewing Tim at the apartment and then again at CID, I only sum it up in one word: deceptive.
I'm sorry?
Deceptive.
And that would be based on what?
We were able to confirm things that Tim told us, and that what Tim told us story doesn't match up with the evidence we gathered.
And you can take a little time and think about those specific bits of information that you knew, that you gave him an opportunity to be cooperative with you.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury the basis of you describing his responses as being deceptive?
So, Tim would change his answers a lot, and he would not give us anything until we gave him a little bit of something. So once he knew that we had a little information, he would. At the apartment, it was Jay Lee came over, he gave me a gift, he left. At CID, Jay Lee came over, he gave me oral sex, he left. We have to talk about a tipster. We have to give him this information for him to come out and say, you know what? Okay, he did come back. He did. He does come back and see me, and then I give him oral sex. Then he just leaves. Well, what Tim tells us is, Jay Lee leaves. Okay, what happens after he leaves? How does he leave? I don't know. I just stumbling around. Tim, how does he leave? Does he walk? How does he leave your apartment? Well, he's not mad or anything. He just leaves. I don't know really. He leaves. I don't really know. I was in my apartment. Well, later on, he starts talking about Walmart and contradicts himself in the interview at CID, saying, when I go to Walmart, me and Jay, we left around the same time. So which is it? Did he leave? You stayed in your apartment, or did y'all leave at the same time?
Okay. And, did he provide information about his whereabouts?
Tim would tell us things as far as his whereabouts. As far as that day, I didn't go anywhere else after I left Walmart, which we found out was not true. He tells us about he goes on a run that day, which we discussed already, but I think it's worth going through again. Tim tells us he goes on a run from Lafayette Place. He goes down the route he would have took is Anderson Road, goes to Anchorage Road, goes around the back way down to Old Sardis, comes up McElroy by the airport, and turns left at Molly Bar Road, the route he says he goes, because he's got to get to Highland Square. But we reviewed video footage. He doesn't pass Rockets running down McElroy, doesn't come by. He says he goes to Highland Square, turns around and comes back to Molly Bar, or comes back down. And the first time we see him on video is first time we get him on video is 7:34 at Molly Bar Trails.
Okay.
When Tim comes by in that box truck that he didn't tell us he went and got, he didn't tell us he went out there and did that. He comes by Kokomo Chevron driving his box truck. at 6:57 and still have 1.5 miles to go to Lafayette Place. It's approximately 5-minute drive from where he was. If he gets to Lafayette Place at approximately 7:02 and he's seen on video running on Molly Bar Trails, it's 7.2 miles. 32 minutes, 7.2 miles, time divided by distance, that's equating to a 4-minute, 44-second mile.
All right. And you were asked about the surveillance out at Molly Bar Trails, where you see Jay Lee's car entering the only entrance to Molly Bar Trails.
Yes.
And then minutes later, you see who your investigation revealed the identity of that person to be who?
Tim of the Herrington.
All right, and that was primarily based on clothing, build, observation, plus the surveillance video rockets, correct?
Yes, and the information provided by Mr. Carter.
By Keziah Carter. Now, in between the time Jay Lee's car enters into Molly Bar Trails and the time that Tim Harrington runs out of Molly Bar Trails is a short window, right?
Yes, sir. Roughly approximately 9 minutes.
All right. Did you see any cars come and go during that time?
I don't want to say that right now. I can't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Did you see any other individuals on foot walking in or out?
Oh, no, did not see that.
You were asked about trace evidence at Molly Bar Trails. Would you expect to find trace evidence several days later in an open parking lot?
No, sir.
Why is that?
It's the weather. It could rain. The wind's blowing. Any weather related is the biggest thing in an open parking lot. People drive through there, get picked up on a tire. I mean, anything like that.
You were asked about a metal detector being used at Molly Bar Trails. Did you find the key to Jay Lee's car in any part of your investigation?
No, sir.
Okay. And you've seen the video of Jay Lee leaving Campus Walk Apartments around 5:58. Well, there's two times. And he's observed to be holding his phone.
Yes, sir.
You've seen that.
Yes, sir.
Aware of that.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever find his phone?
No, sir.
You were asked about whether you did anything to find any more trace evidence at Molly Bar Trails after you received the September 5th, 2024 scales report, more than 2 years after the investigation began.
Yes, sir.
Would you expect to find any trace evidence at that point
No, sir.
that you could collect?
No, sir.
You were asked about Timble and Mattis and him being someone that had also blocked Jay Lee at some point
Yes.
as a contact. And we've heard testimony about that. And do you know what the difference between that Timble and Mattis blocking Jay Lee and Jay Lee blocking Tim Harrington on July 8th, 2022?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Tim Harrington had to use another account to reach back out to Jay Lee and get Jay Lee back to his apartment. So Jay Lee goes over there, Tim tells us this, and the last message that we see is open.
All right. Now, there was cross-examination of your testimony about Mr. Horan about deception by persons of interest. Now, would you characterize, can you talk about the quality of that information in comparison to the interview at the apartment and subsequently the custodial interview at CID, the quality of the information that was being discussed between Timberland Mattis and Tim Harrington?
Yes, I think with Mr. Mattis, it was discussing biting his nails, having an upset stomach. I think there were some other things in there that were told to me. But at the end, they determined he was at his house on camera 104 watching pornographic videos by his phone. So the difference is we go to Tim and we ask him the similar type questions that we ask everybody else. Have you seen Jay Lee? Do you know where Jay Lee is? All that. We get vague, deceptive answers to distance himself away from anything to do with Jay Lee. It isn't until we move to CID that it's, okay, it's deeper relationship, deeper friendship. We were sexual intercourse or sexual acts of some kind. So, again, like I said earlier, the one word I would describe Tim in both interviews is deceptive.
Okay. Would you call the types of information that you were seeking from Tim Harrington to be material?
Tim, yes, we wanted to see what we could learn from Tim. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And the types of information that you were discussing with Tim Harrington centered around what time frame?
July the 8th.
And that is when, I guess, the most important aspect of all, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is what?
Where's Jay Lee?
And that gets us to the press releases.
Yes, sir.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about Khalid Fears
Yes, sir.
and when he contacted the authorities
Yes, sir.
about the information that he had. Do you recall that?
I do. Yes, sir.
All right. Would you consider if the release of that information?
Your Honor, I've allowed him to leave him on redirect. I can't stand him more. I've said to him.
All right, I'm gonna ask you, rephrase your question.
Did you have information that Tim Harrington would have been aware of the press releases?
Tim told us he was out of town when he first saw it,
Okay.
or learned about it. So whether he saw the press release or a friend told him, he knew Jay Lee was missing.
All right. Were you aware of any other evidence that would suggest that he was interested in the development of that story?
Oh, absolutely. So I believe it's July the 10th, Ole Miss does their press release, the University of Mississippi, saying, we're looking for information on Jimmie, Jay Lee, and finding Jay Lee's car.
Did it give a time frame of when Jay Lee went missing?
I don't remember right offhand on the press release. If you have one, I'll be happy to look at it, but I don't remember the exact time. So July,
Last seen on?
last seen on July 8th, yes, is what was
Okay.
on there, yes.
All right.
I don't remember if it had a specific time frame, because I don't know if we knew that yet, or University Police knew that yet when they released it.
I
So,
didn't mean to distract your train of thought.
July the 10th, the University of Mississippi puts out a press release. We're looking for Jay Lee, and we're looking for his car. If you have any information, I think they had the number at the bottom, whatever it is for the University of Mississippi Police Department. Khalid Fears calls, says, hey, I got some information for you. I talked to Jay Lee. He was going to meet somebody that he'd hooked up or met before earlier that night. He's going to meet somebody that he met earlier that night.
It's not responsive to the question.
I believe it's responsive to the
He asked
question.
about the press release, prior to the press release, he asked him to go into all kinds.
I thought he asked him more than that. Repeat your question.
The question is, do you have any other information on how Tim Harrington would have been aware of the press release?
That had nothing to do with the conversation with Mr. Spears, Your Honor.
I didn't hear you.
I don't know how the conversation with Mr. Spears provided has anything to do with whether or not Mr. Harrington would know anything.
All right.
If you can answer the question, answer it. Repeat your question to the witness, and if you can answer it, you can.
Other than him admitting it,
Okay.
as part of your investigation, did you have any other information? If you do, you do.
Yes.
If you remember.
July the 10th, the University of Mississippi Police Department puts out a press release. If you know anything about where Jay Lee is, or if you've seen his car, let us know. July 10th, Timothy Harrington searches Molly Bar Apartments, Oxford, Mississippi. And then he continually follows by searching through different Facebook and other social devices, social media platforms. Jay Lee, I am Jay Lee, Jimmie J. He's searching different variations of that, and he's also searching Oxford Police Department. He makes a search, I believe, for Ole Miss Police Department, Molly Bar Apartments, or Molly Bar Trail. There's different variations of how he would use it in there. He searches from July 10th until July 21st, actually 22nd, because he's arrested on the 22nd.
And during this time, were there any calls with any information he may have had?
Timothy Harrington never called us and said, I saw Jay Lee on July 8th. He doesn't tell us that information till we knock on his door.
And you've Mr. Horan has characterized Tim Harrington's responses at the apartment and at CID as cooperative.
No, that's a mischaracterization. I said at the time that they went in this apartment, about opening up his computer, was he cooperative at that time? That's the second time he's mischaracterized the statement.
I'll ask him to be some more specific on his question about Tammy.
The information that was discussed with Tim Harrington in both interviews centered around Jay Lee and the time frame that Jay Lee went missing.
Yes, sir.
Did Tim Harrington possess a lot of knowledge about those two things?
Absolutely. So Tim had extensive knowledge about Jay Lee that night. And we wanted to know the information, but we had to continually pull it out of him. He was deceptive, like I said earlier. He would change his response. He was fumbling around trying to give us a response.
And so he's Googling police appreciation, and he's aware that the police are searching for Jay Lee, and he's got this information that would be relevant
Absolutely.
about the nature of his contact.
Now let's cross-examine the witness again. Objective to leaving all over.
I'll sustain the objection.
And at any point during July 8th through July 22nd, when you knocked on his door, did he ever contact investigators about his information?
Timothy Harrington never called us once. He did not make a statement about knowing Jay Lee or the whereabouts of Jay Lee or anything with regard of him coming over, leaving until we talked to him on July 22nd.
Court's indulgence.
Okay? Somebody dropped a set out of the ring, sound like. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honor. You were asked about, I believe, I don't know if you were shown a picture, or I think you were, the video of Jay Lee coming out of his apartment at Campus Walk, what he was wearing.
Yes, yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
It feels like a long time ago.
Yeah, it does.
But you were asked about whether there was any evidence of Jay Lee, trace evidence or otherwise, being found in Tim Harrington's apartment.
Yes.
Do you have information that Jay Lee was in the apartment that night?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And what is that?
We have Timothy Harrington telling us that Jay Lee came back over.
All right. And at 5:58, July 8th, 2022, when Jay Lee left his apartment at 5:58 a.m., who was he going to see?
He's going to see Timothy Harrington.
And later, when he sends a text that says "open," who was he sending that text to?
I think it was a Snapchat message, but it was open. He sent it to Timothy Harrington.
That's all I have.
Yes, this
You can
witness be,
remain on the.
all right, you're gonna be remain under subpoena. You can't get in the courtroom. I assume these attorneys have your contact information. They need to come testify, but don't discuss the testimony with anyone at this time, okay? All right, 55, who would state call as his next witness? Everybody good on the jury? All right,
Your Honor, the state would call Rachel Carter.
Rachel Carver. Somebody would get Rachel Carver.
Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Come around, have a seat in the witness chair, please, ma'am. All right. short minute. Y'all take a break. Y'all just stay right there anyway. We'll be right back. Proceed when ready.
Ms. Carver, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Mary Rachel Carver.
And tell me right now, how are you employed?
I am a police officer at the University of Mississippi Police Department, UPD.
And how long have you been a police officer?
Approximately 12 years.
And how long have you worked for the UPD?
About since January of 2024.
So let's go back to July 2022. Were you working with UPD then?
No, ma'am.
And where were you employed in July of 2022?
With the Oxford Police Department.
And what did you do for the Oxford Police Department?
I was an investigator in the Criminal Investigation Division.
And did you focus on any specific area of investigations?
We investigated mostly criminal cases, felony. My background is in forensics and crime scene investigations.
So your background is in crime scene investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me a little bit about your education and training in crime scene investigation?
I have a master's degree in criminology. I was a crime scene specialist in the crime scene search unit, major crimes division of the Little Rock Police Department. I am a certified crime scene technician through the University of Arkansas. I also am a certified crime scene analyst with IAI, and I'm also a state board or state certified instructor, and I teach crime scene investigation and criminal investigation at the police academies here in Mississippi.
Over the course of your 12 years as an officer and specifically in doing crime scenes, can you approximate about how many crime scenes that you've investigated?
So roughly, as an estimate, I would say I've worked over or been involved with about 1,500 cases.
Back in July of 2022, did you become involved in the investigation into the homicide of Jay Lee?
Yes, ma'am.
So you said you specialize really in crime scene investigations. Is that what you did in this case?
Yes, I was more of a support role in this investigation, and I used my background in forensics and crime scene investigation for this particular investigation.
Kind of tell us what are the duties of a crime scene investigator? What do y'all do?
So we would respond to a scene, we would document through photographs, note-taking, we would search and identify for evidence, we would recover evidence, maintain the integrity of that evidence, store it, inventory it, and make sure that it's taken care of.
Did you do that in the when you were assisting in the investigation into Jay Lee's death?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So you said you recovered, maintained. Kind of explain to me what's sort of the background, like what's the purpose of all of this? Why do you do all that?
Well, we document evidence, we search and identify it, and we also maintain that integrity. It's based off of a fundamental principle that we follow in crime scene investigation. It's based off of Edmund Locard's exchange theory. Let me elaborate.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me, what is that?
So Edmund Locard's exchange theory basically says that every contact leaves a trace. So when two objects come into contact with one another, a cross-transfer of material is done. And so when we're at a crime scene, we secure that crime scene, we're trying to freeze it, and on our side, we have two approaches to that. So as police officers and we're investigating the scene, we're going to wear like personal protective equipment, like gloves and things like that, to keep our contact to that scene to a minimum. And then on the reverse side of it, or the flip side, we're looking for the contact between suspect and victim or any other evidence of those transfers.
So you said you have to secure. What does it mean to secure a scene?
So to secure a scene is we set up boundaries. We keep people who are not necessarily involved in that scene or have anything to do with that scene, we keep it out to protect that evidence from being contaminated. Various factors can affect that transfer. So kind of like the weather, temperature, extreme heat, extreme cold, time, how long something's been there, the access, how many people, whether it's physically interrupted by like being cleaned up or wiped up or anything like that. Those things can affect or damage or the likelihood of finding that transfer.
How soon after a crime should the scene be secured then? You're talking about, you have to keep things from getting in and out. How soon after?
As soon as possible.
And I believe you said there's factors that affect that. What happens if it's not secured soon after the scene?
The likelihood of evidence being damaged or diminished is more than likely the likelihood of that being goes up.
You said something about, like, I believe every contact leaves a trace. What if there is no trace? Does that mean there was no contact?
No, nonetheless, there was a contact made. There's a transfer being made. We may not be able to, because of those factors that I was talking about, time, heat, weather, whether somebody came and interrupted it physically, because of those factors, that will be kind of give you the idea whether it's likely or less likely to find that transfer.
Can you kind of give me an example of what you mean by that?
Let's take this courtroom. Okay, everybody in this courtroom has come in and had contact with this courtroom. You're sitting in your chair. The bottle that you've picked up, you've left your fingerprints, you've left your skin, you left your hair in this courtroom. You've come into contact with this courtroom. So therefore, there's a transfer of material, fingerprints, footwear, things like that will be in this courtroom. At the end of the day, when everybody leaves, you'll have somebody will come in and clean. The carpets might be vacuumed, the benches might be wiped down, things like that. That would diminish the likelihood of that contact being found. Nonetheless, y'all were still here. That contact was made.
You heard, or as a part of this case, you're aware that Jaylee's car was found parked at Molly Bar Trails Apartments on July 8th, 2022, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that it was towed also July 8th, 2022, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any value in going to process that parking lot in 2024?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Considering that's been 2 years in the making, and it would be, you're talking about the parking lot?
Yes, the parking lot.
The parking lot. So it's had access to the public. It's been 2 years of time. You have weather, you have dogs, people, cars coming in and out of that area. The likelihood of finding anything of value with regards to Jaylee would be very unlikely.
And that goes back to those factors you said, like, what were they again?
Weather, temperature, time, physical interaction, people coming into that space, bringing their own contact, their own DNA, their own hair, that kind of things, being open to the public, that would interrupt that transfer.
So I kind of want to start, you said you did crime scene investigation in this case with the first place that you searched. What was the first place that you searched?
We executed the search warrant on Timothy Harrington's apartment at Lafayette Place.
What year and date was that?
That was July 22nd, 2022.
And when was the date that Jaylee went missing?
July 8th, 2022. Was reported missing.
Why did y'all go? There was so much time that had passed.
I was informed or briefed on the elements that they had reason to believe that Jaylee had been in that apartment, and they had a search warrant for that apartment, and I was to respond and execute that search warrant and collect evidence.
So your goal was to find that evidence that Jaylee had been there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those factors we talked about, time, temperature, common usage,
Yes, ma'am.
would that have affected it?
Yes, ma'am.
But you all still went to try anyways?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could please tell me, when you went to Timothy Harrington's apartment, did you take photographs?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Would you recognize those if you were to see them again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Officer Carver, do you recognize these photographs?
There's a lot of them. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to have these marked for ID as States Exhibit 76. Now, Officer Carver, are these the photographs that you took of your your search of Timothy Harrington's apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they accurately represent what the apartment looked like on July 22nd?
Yes, ma'am.
She knows.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to look at the picture, I'm gonna warn y'all, we may work a little late tonight, I don't know how long this is gonna go. Y'all ain't gonna hear anything, or y'all ain't gonna look through the football game. Alright, we may work a little late tonight.
And at this time, I would ask that the photographs taken by Rachel Carver be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
Alright, that'd be B76, I believe, I mean, S76.
Yes.
Alright.
I didn't go through them all. I think this. She sees anything out of her picture, I'm sure she'll point it out.
No. Gwen. Gwen. 50.
Oh, 50 pictures. There must be one somewhere. Yeah. Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Oh, you may.
Officer Carver, please look and identify what it is that we are looking at. It should appear on your screen.
Y'all seeing on your screen over there? Alright, we get started.
Officer Carver, when taking pictures, is there a particular method that you use?
When taking pictures, we try to, not try to, or again, follow the principle that we start from the outside and we work our way in. Trying to do 360 so you get the full view of the area that's being photographed.
Okay, and did you do that when going through Harrington's apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
So where do we start?
This would be the front door of apartment 5202, apartment B. Would be the front door.
And what is this?
This would be the kitchen. As you walked in the door, the kitchen was to the left.
How about this?
This would be a view from the front door looking into the living room.
And I noticed that there's a marble counter and it looks like some wood-type floors. Do certain surfaces hold trace evidence better than others?
It's hard to say. It just depends on the different factors.
And how about this one?
I think that would be the kitchen.
And I should announce that I'm showing what has been marked as State's Exhibit 70, and this is picture number 50. And did you collect anything from inside of the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. I'm going to go through these photos, and I'm showing State's.
Some personal information on there, that's,
Doesn't have, actually,
if you got his driver's license number on it,
that was personal.
Let's just skip that picture, and let the reference would be easier, I think, anyway, I think that's sort of the same person.
Officer,
You can ask about the information contained there.
Yes, ma'am.
what did you collect from inside the kitchen?
We collected duct tape. We also collected retainers, like plastic tooth retainers, and the MacBook off the kitchen counter.
Okay, so this, I'm showing what is States Exhibit 70, number 5. Is this the MacBook that you collected?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that, below it?
Walmart receipt.
And where did you, but before that, what is this next one?
That is the serial number to the MacBook
And why do you take photos like that?
for identifying information.
And that is States Exhibit 70, number 6. I'm showing States Exhibit 70, number 7. What is this?
That would be a picture from the front door looking into the apartment. You have the laundry closet to the right and then the trash can to the left.
And how about
Okay, sorry.
how about this? This is States Exhibit number 70, number 8.
That would be the trash can in the kitchen.
States Exhibit 70, number 9. What is that?
That would be the content of the kitchen trash can.
And why did you take that photograph?
There was a Walmart receipt found in the trash can.
So that Walmart receipt you saw earlier, is that a different receipt or the same
It's
receipt?
the same receipt.
And what about this?
That would be the receipt found in the trash can.
And that was States Exhibit 7010. I'm showing number 11. What is this?
Those would be the retainers found on the kitchen counter.
Could you go through the items that you collected from the kitchen again?
Yes, ma'am. We collected the Walmart receipt from the trash can. There was a roll of duct tape on the kitchen counter as well. We collected a Walmart bag, shopping bag with gloves and gauze, which was in the laundry closet sitting to the right of the kitchen.
Is this, if you look before you, States Exhibit 7012, would that represent what you just referred to?
Yes, ma'am. That is the Walmart bag with some blue latex gloves and gauze that was found in the laundry room closet.
And what is that, a close-up of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And, Your Honor, may the witness please step down?
You may step down.
There are some items, did you bring some of those items here today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you to retrieve some of those items and open them. Could you please pull for us the duct tape that you recovered? She has both. And Officer Carver, how do you, as you pick up the item that is the duct tape, tell us about how you package it and how you recognize it.
So when we pick up the duct tape from the kitchen counter, I would place it in a bag and it would be sealed with the case number.
Everybody here?
And everybody, it would be marked with the case number, the item number that's been assigned to it, and the description of the item would be listed on the outside of the bag.
Please pull for us the duct tape and open that up. And is that your packaging?
So this is the package that I originally put it in. You'll have the incident number, the date, a description of where I found it, kitchen counter, the roll of duct tape, the initials, and then it was a search warrant in the place that it was found. It's going to be secured with red evidence tape with my initials on the tape as well. The blue is from when it was tested and it was opened again.
Please open that up. Is that what you collected And does it appear to be brand new or used?
Appears to be used.
Your Honor, this time I would ask that the duct tape be marked for identification.
It'll be marked as for ID at this time.
Talk louder.
I don't mind that, just asking.
I believe that these states exhibit 77.
Why don't you gonna mark the bag or mark the tape itself?
The back.
All right, mark the bag.
The back, I'm just, look at the back, stand. Yeah, I understand that part. Mark.
I was just going to share. They've got the big screen
Big
on
screen,
facing,
yeah.
so you can keep yours facing you and see
They
stuff.
keep you on
Talk
full
louder
time.
if you want this on.
I understand that at some point in time, we're gonna mark everything for ID right now. We'll figure out how to
They'll just be marked ID, let them mark them ID and then they may bring on more talk later.
And you said you
We ran
also.
out of black plastic. We ran out of black plastic anyway.
We got some tape.
Go ahead.
Officer Carver, you said you also collected the Walmart receipt. Do you have that with you today as well?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, could you please open that up for us?
This is the package here as well.
And how do you recognize it?
It has my initials on the tape itself, my handwriting, and as I marked it with the incident number, the date, and the description of the item and where it was found.
And I ask that the receipt be marked for identification as well.
All right. It'll be marked for identification.
Is that with 78?
It'll be 78, I believe.
No, we don't have any objection to this being introduced. I don't have any objection to the other one being introduced, but I don't know how we're going to do it. No objection to it being introduced.
You want to go ahead and interview 77, 78 at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, I can
All right,
introduce.
77, 78, duct tape and Walmart should be admitted into evidence.
Officer Carver, if you could please retake the stand and take us through the next area that you searched in Mr. Harrington's apartment. Officer Carver, where did you go next?
We went to Tim Harrington's bedroom, which was as you went through the kitchen, would be to the right. This would be the marked as room number 1.
And is this still that same where you're sort of going around in a circle, showing sort of 360 of the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is this?
This is as you came into the bedroom. This would be the first angle that you would see with the dresser and the bed.
And what about this?
That would be the cross corner as you came into the room. Standing, you're kind of turning to the right as you go through.
And this?
That would be the bedroom closet and the bathroom, which is an ensuite bathroom with the then that's the door right there.
And this as well.
That would be the bathroom that was connected to the bedroom.
I apologize, I should have been announcing, I showed S18, S70, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, and 13. And this as well. What is this?
This would be the bathroom counter.
And that would be S70 19. Now showing S70 48.
That would be underneath the bathroom counter.
And S70 49.
Are you saying S70 or S78?
I think it's S70.
Or 78? It's 78.
78? Oh, it's 78. I mean,
I just want to make sure I was hearing right.
okay. S78 49.
There we go.
That's also part of the bathroom counter. Sorry, that's a drawer, excuse me.
And S78 number 20.
Be a laundry hamper next to between the toilet and the shower.
S78 21.
And it's the bathtub with the shower pool.
And S78 22.
That would be the bathroom trash can between the toilet and the bathroom sink cabinet.
Was anything collected from the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about what was collected from the bathroom.
So, in looking through the contents of the trash can, we found several used condoms and condom wrappers that were collected.
So this is S78 23 and S78 24. Do these represent what you were just referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And S78 25. As well as S78 26. Does that represent what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about Mr. Harrington's bedroom? Did you collect anything from inside of the bedroom?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay. Tell me what is this? S78 27.
That's me standing in the bathroom looking into the bedroom, and that would be the closet to the right and where the desk section is if you were looking straight ahead next to the bed.
So is this coming back out of the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And how about this?
That would be the area between the built-in desk and the bed. Excuse me.
That's S78 28. And how about S78 29?
That would be the desk area that was across from the bed.
S78 30.
There was some written notes that were found amongst the desk, excuse me.
And S78 31.
That would be an artificial fingernail that was found in the bottom of a shopping bag. That was between the bed and the desk.
Okay. Did you recover that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And S78 32.
So going now across the room, this would be that tall dresser as when you first came in. This would have been the top drawer.
S78 33.
That was the handwritten note that was on top of the dresser.
And S78 34.
That's another picture of the handwritten note, just a little bit more for clarification, so you can see.
And S78 35.
This would be on the floor by the bed, be a condom wrapper.
I'm showing S78 36.
So these items on the bed were what was collected from the bedroom, Tim Harrington's bedroom, and the gray blanket, the bed liner, that's what was folded over, the pair of black gloves, the two unopened condoms, and then the one open condom wrapper, a gray Nike zip-up hoodie, and a pair of gray sweatpants.
Did you take close-ups of each of those things?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So S78 37. What is that?
That would be the pair of black gloves.
S78 38.
That would be the Nike gray zip-up hoodie.
And y'all remember the witness, please step down from the stand.
You may step down.
Could you please locate the gray Nike hoodie that you collected? And where was this collected from?
Tim Harrington's bedroom.
Why did you think it was relevant to collect this?
One of the elements that I was briefed on was that I believed he was wearing a sweatshirt when in the video at Molly Bar.
Okay, I'd like to have it marked by identification. First, I believe that's 9.
this brown paper bag marked E. Oh, I apologize.
Could you identify that for us, please?
It's marked with the case number, the date that it was collected. It was taken from room 1, which was Tim Harrington's bedroom, and then it's the gray Nike hoodie with the zip.
Could you open that up for us? Fold that, please. Does that accurately represent the gray Nike hoodie that you collected from Tim Harrington's bedroom?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
No objection to admission.
All right, this time I move to have it entered into evidence.
All right, that'd be admitted. And it's 79.
Now, Officer Carver, after I'll let you know. After your search of Mr. Harrington's bedroom, where did you go next? And if you would like to stay here, you can, or you can take.
We went into the second bedroom, marked number 2.
Okay. And if you could look, you do have to go it. Yes.
Yeah, I'll
Okay, yes. Thank you. I'm showing S7839. What am I looking at, Officer Carver?
This would be the bedroom door to bedroom number 2.
And why did you go into this room?
It was open and unlocked, and we had access, and there were clothing items scattered all over the bedroom.
And what am I looking at here, which is S7840?
A mid-range picture, closer view of the bedroom with the bed and the clothing items.
And S7841, what is that?
So as you were going into the bedroom, if you turn to the right, this would be the view of the closet and the built-in desk from the doorway of the bedroom.
And S7842?
This would be the space from the laundry hamper with the clothes of the built-in desk across from the bed.
And S7843?
And that would be a picture of the built-in desk and the shelves.
And what am I looking at in S7844?
That would be as you were walking in the bedroom, right there, kind of the doorway of the bedroom door, the trash can, and the items that were on the floor.
And S7845?
It's a different angle. The bedroom door would be to the left of this picture, and you see a pile of clothing next to the trash can.
And S7846?
This was a gray Nike hoodie that was on that pile of clothes from the floor, the previous picture.
And S7847?
That would be a pair of black shorts with some gray and black striped underwear. That was found also in that pile of clothes that was on the floor.
Could you please tell me what you actually collected from the second bedroom?
We collected the gray zip-up hoodie and the black shorts with the underwear.
Your Honor, may the witness please step down?
Come around.
Officer Carver, could you please locate for me the gray hoodie and hand it to the court reporter to mark for identification? Thank you. And Officer Carver, do you recognize that package?
I do, yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials on the evidence sealed it, has the item number.
No objection to introduction.
And I'd ask that the package of the gray hoodie be entered into evidence.
It'll be admitted. S80, gray hoodie.
It's confirmed ring 2 would be the gray 90 hoodie with the zip.
Could you please open that package up? Is that how you remember it, Officer Carver?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Officer Carver, if you could please put that back in the package and we will move to your next search warrant. Officer Carver, where did you search next?
So after the search warrant of Tim Harrington's apartment, I returned to the Criminal Investigation Division where I executed a search warrant on a white Ford Escape.
And did you take photographs of that search?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Officer Carver, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
And does accurately represent the photographs you took on July 22nd?
I'm sorry, I have no objection to those photographs. I thought you already made it.
This is a different batch of photographs.
I apologize, Ron, I can't hear you.
You went down.
I'm asking that the photographs of the white Ford
Okay.
Escape be entered into evidence.
They've been marked as 81.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. No objection. They'll be admitted.
And Officer Carver, we're going to go through these and you just explain to me what your process is and what we are looking at.
Okay.
So Officer Carver, what am I looking at here?
This would be the passenger side view of the Ford Escape.
And for the record, I'm showing S81, 81-1. And what about this?
This would be from the passenger side front view.
And that's S81-2. And why do you take so many pictures of the outside?
Again, we're doing the concept of the 360 all the way around so you get a full picture of what the area or the vehicle looked like and the condition that it was in.
And show S81-3.
This would be the front of the Ford White Escape.
How about S81-5?
This would be the rear of the Ford Escape.
And S81-6?
So this would be the interior shot of the driver's side area.
And what about this? S81-7,
That would be the steering wheel.
S81-8.
This would be kind of a bird's eye view of the cup holders, looking down into the cup holders of the front console.
And why do you take so many pictures here as well?
So we can document the current state of the vehicle, and we get all of the area that has been documented.
And what about S81-9?
This would be an interior shot of the driver's side rear seat.
S81-11.
This would be an interior picture of the interior passenger side rear seat.
And were you able to, did you recover anything from the white Ford Escape?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Kind of go through that process with me.
So once photographs are taken and we've documented the exterior interior condition of the vehicle, we'll search the vehicle for any items of evidence that we might possibly identify. And if we do, we'll catalog those. The next is we swabbed different areas of the vehicle for possible DNA. I swabbed, there were 4 swabs were taken. I'm sorry, I believe there's 5, excuse me. May I refer to my notes real quick?
Yes, you may.
Yes, there were 4 swabs taken. So one was from the interior swab of the driver's side, another was from the passenger side, another from the front, the passenger side rear, driver's side rear, and then the back cargo area. They were swabs taken of the interior.
And Officer Carver, when did Jaylee go missing again?
July 8th, 2022.
And when was this done?
This was July 22nd, 2022.
We talked about distance and time. Why did you still process this car?
So we, like I said, the factors, we're looking for traces of Jaylee being in that car. Through the elements that I was briefed on when doing the search warrant, it was saying that Jaylee possibly could have been in the car, and so we were looking for that.
Couldn't hear you, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
We were looking for that connection of Jaylee being in the car.
Thank you.
Okay. And Officer Carver, did you do any other processes in the car? I think we go through everything.
No, there was additional processes. So once the DNA swabs were collected, I took what was called trace evidence, which would be minute pieces of evidence like fibers, hairs, things like that. I collected that through called tape lifts. Anybody ever had like a lint roller before that you would take tape and you would tape the different areas? So I did the driver's side front seat, driver's side rear seat, passenger side rear seat, the cargo area. We took tape lifts and to secure that what we call trace evidence, which would be like lint, fibers, hairs, things like that that may have come on the seats. So we collected those. And in addition to, I also visually looked using an ALS, which is an alternative light source, which would be a different wavelength. So like a flashlight, we have white light. This would be an alternative light source with different wave frequencies. So a blue light, ultraviolet light. Those assist in helping to see small pieces of fibers. They'll fluoresce under that light, and so it's easier to see with the naked eye than with like a white light. And then also at the end of it, I processed the vehicle using a blue star, which is a chemical luminescence for blood. And it was a presumptive blood test spray, but it came up with negative results.
And that blue light test you just referred to, where did you do that at?
We did it in the rear cargo area of the back seat.
I'm showing S81, number 16. Is that where that is?
That's the rear cargo area of the Ford Escape.
Okay. And I believe, is this, what am I looking at, is S8119.
So this would be the ALS under a blue light frequency. It's usually about 350 nanometers. I'm not trying to get in the weeds on that, but it's a different wavelength of light.
And what about S8120?
So this is using that blue light with an orange filter to cut through the different wavelengths to help see if any of biological material might fluoresce under that light.
If you tell me, did you go through everything that you collected from the car?
I'm sorry?
Did you go through everything that you recovered or collected from the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Officer Carver, what was the next search warrant that you executed, and when was it?
The next search warrant that I executed was on a white box truck that was also located at the Criminal Investigation Division, and I think that was done on the 26th of July, 2022.
Brief indulgence, Your Honor. It's already been a piece of part of our evidence. These are just the pictures I get when I get outside of the truck. And then- I am showing the witness what has been previously entered into evidence as S51. Officer Carver, do you recognize this box truck?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is this the box truck that you processed?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And Officer Carver, I'll have these marked for ID first. Is this, let's see. Just composite for 3. Officer Carver, do you recognize the photographs I'm handing you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they accurately represent the box truck and the items you collected from the box truck?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, I move to enter into evidence 3 photographs from the box truck.
3 photos from box truck.
What number is that?
82.
Be admitted.
Officer Carver, what are we looking at here? I'm showing S82, number 3.
That would be the rear of the box truck.
And did you open it, or was it open and you went inside?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
I'm showing S82, number 3. Do you recognize what I'm showing, Officer Carver?
This would be the interior of the box truck.
And how about S82, number, I think I said 3 before, but this is number 3. And what is that?
That's the interior of the box truck from a different angle.
And what day did you say you were able to process this truck?
July 26th, 2022.
And what did you collect from this truck?
We collected this pile of moving blankets and some miscellaneous items like bath mats, a roll of shrink wrap, trash can, mostly the moving blankets. That was what we collected.
Was that in these, I believe we were speaking before, I was asking if all this was packaged together, or how was it?
So I packaged I kind of broke this pile up into 3 groups. So it was marked as T1, T2, and T3. I did not shake or pull out the blankets individually and wrap them because they were already bundled up together, and I did not want to try to lose trace evidence, meaning those hairs and fibers, by shaking them out and moving them around as much. But because they were already all together, I just kind of folded them in on each other, and I packaged them in 3 separate packages, and they were marked T1, T2, and T3 coming from the truck.
And Officer Carver, earlier we spoke about the importance of preserving crime scenes and evidence. Are you aware if this truck remain in use between July 8th and when you processed it on July 26th?
Yes, it had been in use.
And could that affect evidence that could be recovered from it?
Yes, ma'am, it can.
So these are the items that you recovered from the box truck.
Yes, ma'am, this was the condition when I found it on July 26th.
Are you aware of the items that are in the box truck there right now? Were in there on July 2022?
I don't know, I'm not aware.
Now, Officer Carver, did you execute any other search warrants?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Now, please tell me what that was.
Another search warrant was executed at the residence of Tim Harrington's parents in Grenada, Mississippi.
Okay, and when was that?
That was July 29th, 2022.
Everybody good on the jury? Let me know when you're not. Don't be bashful. I know I'm real timid, some of y'all may not be though. All right. Gonna be photos from Grenada home.
Yes, Your Honor.
One check in there, one item in there, Your Honor, we'll have to fly that. Check in there, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Carver, if you could please look at the screen and describe for me what it is we are looking at.
This would be the front of the house off of Broad Meadow, Drive.
How about this?
This is also the front driveway.
And why do you take pictures like this?
Again, we do a 360 of the area so we get a full perspective of what's going on and where things are located and kind of orient.
Okay. I'll show one more to speed things up. You did a 360 of all of this area.
Yes, ma'am. There was a 360 of the house in the backyard from all angles, and this would be the angle from the house, front of the house into the side yard.
And Officer Carver, did you enter the house? Well, so this one, Mr. Carver, I'm showing S80, I think it's 85, 83, number 10. All those cars, were they already there?
The two vehicles in the driveway, the black sedan and the white SUV, were already there prior to. The rest of the vehicles were going to be law enforcement personnel.
And I'm showing S83, number 12.
This is an angle coming from the side of the house looking into the double garage on the driveway, the front driveway.
And S83, number 14.
And this is the front of the house. To the right would be the double garage.
And S83, 17.
This is another angle coming from the front of the house looking onto the street.
And is that showing the house across the street?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And did you enter the home as well?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Where did you go when you entered the home?
We photographed the entirety of the house, of all the pictures, and we entered into Tim Harrington's bedroom.
I'm showing S83, number 18. What am I looking at?
This would be the doorway into the room that was occupied or used by Tim Harrington.
I'm showing S83, number 19.
That would be the door closed.
S83, number 20.
This would be from the doorway looking into the bedroom, kind of slightly to the left angle.
S83, number 21.
This with the lights turned on, and again, this would be another angle into the bedroom from the bedroom doorway.
And S23, or 83, I apologize, 22.
Another angle from the bedroom doorway.
And did you collect anything from this bedroom?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Could you kind of go through with me what you collected from the bedroom?
So from the bedroom itself, there was a white V-neck T-shirt that we collected from a duffel bag that was in the bedroom. We also collected some sheets and a bed liner that were inside a blue midline plastic bag found buried in the closet. We collected those as well. And then that was from that bedroom.
And to complete the 360, most of it, what are we looking at here? That's S8326
That would be the side of the bed and the nightstand.
and S8327.
That was as the door was opening, things were being taken out and looked through the nightstand cabinet, and these were the pictures that we found.
Did you remove any of the items from the inside of the S8328? Shows the inside?
Yes, as we were searching the cabinets and drawers, things were kind of pulled out so we could search through the drawers.
And did you remove any of the items and photograph them?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Is this showing those photographs? This S8329?
Yes, ma'am, those items as they were removed were placed on the bed and photographed and recorded. We had some notepads and then the KY jelly and some books.
And S2380 or S83 number 30.
A cell phone and a check.
Officer Carver, you stated that you recovered some clothing. Where did you recover the clothing from?
It was from a duffel bag within the bedroom.
Brief indulgence. Carver, what are we looking at here?
That was the closet in the bedroom, Tim Harrington's bedroom.
And how about here?
This would be the bottom of the closet.
And what did you say you recovered from the closet?
You'll notice to the bottom left of the picture is a blue plastic bag. We recovered that plastic bag, and inside the contents were bed sheets and a white bed mattress liner.
Is that in S8345? Is that plastic bag?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this what you're referring to in S8348?
Yes, ma'am.
And Officer Carver, I believe you stated that you collected a gray, what clothes did you collect, I'm sorry?
It was a white V-neck t-shirt.
Is that located in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could, please step down and identify that V-neck that you collected. And please hand it to the reporter to mark for identification. Officer Carver, how do you recognize that?
So it's on the markings of the bag. It's labeled with the date 7/29/2022 at the report case number, search warrant from the address of their house, and it says Tim Harrington's bedroom, and the left on the list is the duffel bag, and it was a white V-neck t-shirt.
No objection to that.
All right? That's it. And then I gave, give it a number though,
Yes, sir.
84.
84.
That's the white shirt.
White V-neck t-shirt. Yes, sir.
Can you please open that up for us? Thank you, Officer Carver. And you can please retake your seat, just a few more photos to be identified for us. Okay, Officer Carver, what I'm showing S83 number 56. What area of the house is this?
This would be the double car garage.
And what did you recover from the garage?
There was a black wheelbarrow and gardening tools and shovels.
And showing S83 number 63. What is that?
That would be the black wheelbarrow that was recovered from the garage. It was behind the cars in the corner.
And I'm showing S83 65. What is this?
That would be the garden tools, the rake, the, I guess, hose, the shovels, other gardening tools that were collected.
And why did you recover those items?
These were items, again, when I was briefed on the elements, stating that Tim Harrington had been seen in a video with a wheelbarrow and garden tools.
You can please step down and identify the wheelbarrow and the shovels, 3 shovels. And like,
Let's sign the numbers in anyway. Okay, I understand. Oh.
is that the where you recovered?
Yes, ma'am, it's marked E3, evidence tag with the incident number, the date, and the location where it was found.
And being held by DA Creekmore, are those the 3 shovels you recovered?
Yes, this was the 3 shovels found from that bucket in that picture that was just presented. They're also been tagged with the date, the incident number, and the location of where they were found.
And where were they found again?
They were found in the garage. The tools were found in the garage in the bucket by the doorway. The wheelbarrow was found in the corner behind the cars.
I believe there was no objection to admitting them into evidence. And I'd
Are
like,
you assigning separate numbers to them or all
I think all 3 can be together. They would be the items from the garage.
all 4?
All 4, I
Okay,
apologize.
okay.
Do them separate.
That'd be, wheelbarrow and 3 shovels,
It-
right, Jim?
No, I don't think Mr. Creekmore's ever handled one of these, I better do this.
I think the court reporter may be easier doing them separate for numbering.
All right, let's just make the wheelbarrow 85 then, okay? Let's make the wheelbarrow 85, a yellow handle shovel 86, a green handle shovel 87, a red handle shovel 88. Just in your order right there.
Give me just, hold on a second, Judge, I'm gonna, I don't know. Okay. Where do you want this?
Wherever, handy for you. That tell us like this.
Watch this. Watch this.
Man, I got some leaves I need to rake. All right, I've admitted the wheelbarrow is 85, the yellow handle shovel is 86, the green handle shovel is 87, and the red handle shovel is 88. They'll all be admitted into evidence.
Now, Officer Brown, if you could just please run through the dates and the places that you searched one more time.
The first search warrant was conducted on Timothy Harrington's apartment at Lafayette Place, and that was conducted on, I believe it was a Friday, July 22nd, 2022. The second search warrant was done on Tim Harrington's white Ford Escape, and that was also conducted on July 22nd, 2022. The third search warrant was conducted on the box truck, and that was conducted on July 26th, 2022. And then the search warrant executed at his parents' house in Grenada, Mississippi was conducted on July 29th, 2022.
And when did Jay Lee disappear?
July 8th, 2022.
Brief indulgence.
Let's, are these all up there on the podium exhibits have been admitted?
Yes, sir.
Unless you're gonna need them, Mr. Horan, you gonna need them, or at this point?
A couple, I don't wanna touch them until they get back in order.
Let's get them back in order and get them back to the court reporter. And then we'll start fresh shuffling the deck
We'll give her
anyway.
a few minutes, Your Honor. She's gonna get a few minutes.
Wait, do you want?
All right, we're gonna take a break. We'll be back in, when y'all get through. Let us know, okay? All right, how's the jury coming, Ricky? You know if they're about ready or not?
Sir,
You think the jury's about ready or not?
I think he'll back in there.
All right, everybody ready? Before you bring the jury in, I don't know how much longer y'all are planning on going today, but I want to try to finish this witness as all possible, even if it goes after 5 o'clock anyway. All right, show the jury in. Wait a minute, well, yes, sir, you got something, Mr. Creekmore?
I was, you said bring the jury in?
Oh, yeah, that's how you were talking. Go ahead, bring them in. All right, everybody good on the jury? You may cross-examine for the defense.
Thank you. Ms. Carter, what's your rank now? You mind if I just call you? Where you currently employed? I missed it. And what's your rank?
I am a police officer at the University of Mississippi Police Department, and I'm a patrolman.
You're patrolman now? Okay. You indicated that, correct, that you have a procedure by which you, as far as collecting evidence, you put the tapes out, basically, you do the tape strips for collection of evidence on certain material, whether it be in the crime scene, right? I call it taping.
I'm not sure what you mean by taping.
As far as trying to collect hair or fiber after you put the light on something, you see something, how do you collect that? Put Blue Star on something, how do you collect that?
Are you talking about tape lifts or Blue
Tape lift,
Star?
yeah. Tape lift, I call it tape.
Tape lifts, it's using strip of the tape and treat kind of like a lint roller. You're pushing it onto the cloth or the area and lifting it with the trace evidence, which is the hair and fibers.
Okay, did you do that procedure? I mean, you just don't go on a piece of carpet and say, we're just going to do lifts, tape lifts. You use the Blue Star or whatever it's called. Let me know, tell the jury what you do in an effort to determine whether or not a piece of carpet or a bedding or anything may provide you some evidence of value once you put a light on. Tell us about how that works.
Trying to figure out your question. You're wanting,
question
because
is-
Blue Star is different from tape lifts.
I
So,
understand that.
okay.
But how do you determine when you go to a spot whether or not you're going to do a tape lift on a room this size, is what I'm saying?
If I was to process this room,
You
how would
process
I determine if I'm going to do a tape lift?
All right, yes.
That you're
Sure,
asking.
that's what I'm asking.
I would do a visual inspection of the area and search the area visually, and then I could run an ALS, which would be the alternative light source, over that area to see if there was any stains or anything visible under that light. And then I would take tape lifts from different areas on the rug.
And I assume you did that in Mr. Harrington's apartment,
No, I did not.
and were there no surfaces based on what you learned about the investigation that you may need to do that?
Can you
a couch-
rephrase your question?
There was a couch there. There was, I think there's a rug, there's some bedding, beds, stuff everywhere, clothes everywhere. Did you do any ALS investigation or evidence search in Mr. Harrington's apartment?
Yes, I ran an alternative light source over his bed in his bedroom.
Okay. And did you take any tape lifts?
No, sir.
You did not? Did you do it anywhere else in his apartment?
No, sir.
All right. Did you have the benefit of any summaries from any officers before you went into Mr. Harrington's apartment? What y'all may be looking for?
I was briefed on the elements surrounding of what the need for the search warrant was. I read the search warrant as to what we were able to take and to look for.
Okay. Additionally, did you find out whether or not there'd been any evidence that there may have been some sexual activity in that apartment between Mr. Harrington, Mr. Lee, before you went in there?
I was made aware through the investigation elements that I was briefed on that there may have been sexual activity between Mr. Harrington and Mr. Lee in the apartment.
And did you feel like it was important to do the ALS light source stuff in the bedroom only based on what they told you, or other locations?
Based on just the knowledge of the sexual activity in the bedroom and the condoms being found in the bedroom and the bathroom area, I ran the ALS in the bedroom only.
Okay. Now, when you got to Mr. Harrington's apartment and you did your ALS, was anybody helping you? They backed out and you did that on your own. I mean, did you tell people to leave? Say, look, I got to do this crime scene.
No, there were other officers assisting.
Okay. Did you find any evidence, or did you have any concerns at all that the crime scene may have been contaminated whatsoever?
The fact that it was 14 days after the report was made, those 14 days I can only come in as I found the situation or found the apartment as it was when I came into it. Other officers were there to assist.
You're not representing to this jury, are you, that DNA of individuals dissipates or is completely eliminated by virtue of a time frame of 14 days, are you?
It's a possibility, yes.
That's only if someone, like if blood's on this floor and it's there for 14 days and you find it 14 days later, if it hadn't been contaminated, then you can take that as a strong possibility you're going to find blood there, right? At that location.
Yes, if it hasn't been contaminated, hasn't been open to the public, hasn't been exposed to extreme heat, those factors that I talked about earlier, the likelihood of you having or recovering evidence is more, yes.
Yeah, sure. And that's why y'all went in there on the 20th. I mean, you didn't go in there and wait and say, look, 14 days later, we're not going to do this because we're not going to find anything. You did that because there's a probability that if there's semen, saliva, blood, or urine at that scene, that you're in there to collect those items because your protocol is that's not too far removed in time to collect evidence of that nature, correct?
So when arriving at a scene, regardless of the time frame at that moment, I'm looking for evidence.
Sure.
Now, again, the possibility can go, likelihood is less or more depending on how those factors come into play.
My question is, 14 days is not an inordinate amount of time for you to be concerned about the collection of those items I just described, absent any unusual circumstances corrupting those particular evidence items, correct?
14 days is a long period of time if it's been open to the access of people. Because again, time, temperature, manipulation, and cleaning up, I don't know if those things happen or not, but in a 14-day period, yes.
Well, the apartment didn't look like it had been cleaned up in some period of time, had it? Ms.
car?
I would describe it not as filthy. It was cluttered, but not filthy.
When you went to the house of the Herrington residents in Grenada, all these materials, all these shovels, this wheelbarrow is materially in the same condition today as it was the time that you seized them or they were taken, right? Materially.
Materially, I would say no, because they've been in a different location. They were moved to a different location.
I understand, but looking at them, they're materially in the same condition.
Asked and answered.
I know they've been
I'll let-
moved.
He's on cross-examination, I'll let you keep
I
that.
know they've been moved, but there's nothing about this wheelbarrow and these 3 shovels that the condition of them, otherwise couldn't get them into evidence with them. But nothing about this wheelbarrow and these 3 shovels alarms you that it's not in the same condition as it was when it was seized at the time when you went to the Harrington residence, right?
Looking at these items today and having, when I last seen them, it was 2 years ago, they appear to be in similar condition as to how I found them.
They haven't been materially altered in any way. They haven't, that's not a trick question.
No, I'm trying to understand what you mean by
It's not been
materially
materially
altered.
altered. It appears to be the same 3 shovels, the same wheelbarrow, the same condition that you
That I saw them in as of 2 years ago, correct?
think. And I want to clear something up a little bit. The September 5th, 2024 day, do you have any idea when the analysis of these items that you testified about actually took place at the either Scales Laboratory or any other location?
I cannot answer the questions with regards to any of the analysis done because I was managing those reports.
Now, as far as any crime scene or potential crime scene pertaining to the Harrington apartment in Oxford or the box truck, the Harrington house, as far as the submissions that you did on those items, after you submit them, you're basically done with it, right?
Yes, sir. My role was to go to the scenes, execute the search warrants, to recover those items, inventory them, and place them into evidence.
The photographs that counsel opposite introduced of the box truck, are there any more photographs that you have that you didn't introduce?
My understanding there were more photographs that I took, yes, of the box truck.
And did you, in this truck right here, I don't know how to work this thing, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
In the
Approach just briefly.
Come on. Y'all got that worked out amongst yourselves anyway. Good, I was tired.
I want to show you, this photograph, which is back of the box truck. This appears to be. I got you. That's the photograph that you took of the box truck during the course of the search. This wooden area here, that's the bottom of the box truck, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you,
find anything in the bottom of this box truck that's supported any reason to take a tape lift off of anything in that box truck?
I did not do any additional processing in the back of the box truck due to the factor of time having been, meaning the vehicle had been used multiple times. From my understanding of what I learned through the investigation, I did not do additional tape lifts in the back of the truck, no.
But it's possible, is it not, that there could be, if there were blood, urine, saliva, dried items of that nature on the wooden portions of the box truck or the wall or in the interior of the truck, it's possible that evidence could be there through either light source, ALS source, or other mechanisms to get that.
The
Correct?
possibility of that, like we were talking, biological material is what you named, saliva. The possibility of those being present, if there had been contact, yes. The likelihood would be diminished as it had been a very long period of time and multiple people had access to that area.
Multiple people having access to it, but you didn't take any samples to determine whether or not it had been scrubbed or cleaned or anything like that, right?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. Next item is next photograph. You see the broom up there.
Yes, sir.
Did you do any examination of the broom?
No, sir, I did not.
As far as the residents of Harrington, I believe S83, interior of the house, when you went to the bedroom, you took some photographs of the duffel bag and the shirt in it.
I don't recall. I'd have to look.
Well, let me ask it this way. The condoms that you found, that you had displayed in one of the photographs where they're across the tub, that's a display photograph of those, correct? They were laid out, and that's not how you found them.
No, that's previous pictures before that were from the trash can of where they were found, and that was more of a display to understand the number of condoms that were found in the trash can at that time.
Of the photographs that you took, correct me if I'm wrong, the ones that have been introduced in the evidence, the condoms across the tub and the clothes on the bed were found and put on the bed. You photographed them on the bed, correct?
Correct.
And those are the only two photographs that I recognize, other than one photograph in the Herrington house. It appears that you opened the drawer, took a photograph, inside the drawer, and took some items out and took a photograph there.
Yes, sir.
All right, and we've had testimony about some other items, credit cards, checks, things like that. Those display photographs are the only other photographs that have been introduced at this time that you recall that they were found in that location. Is that correct?
The cards, the check, the things from that was from the parents' house in Grenada. The condoms were from Timothy Harrington's apartment in Oxford. So there were two different locations. And rephrase your question.
The Harrington house, can you tell the jury which one of the photographs of the Harrington house in Grenada were display photographs where you pulled items out and displayed them? There's a lot of photographs. Do you recall which one of these were display photographs?
I would have to look at them.
All right. The one in the hand certainly is the credit card, right?
Yes.
The wheelbarrow was found in that location, in that photograph. Y'all, I'm approaching, is that okay?
May I undo the-
Yeah.
I'm gonna flip these over, so. You're asking me?
Yes.
Yes, that's where it was found.
Okay. And shovels were found in that location, correct?
Yes.
Did you, this SW450, you opened up that is the, did you open that up or was it found that way?
Another officer opened that because they were assisting in the search.
Okay, who was that?
I don't recall.
All right. But it wasn't like that.
It was not displayed open like that because the physician found it.
I thought I saw one more.
But just making
I
sure they
got
didn't fall.
it. I got it. Thought I saw one of the T-shirts that you referenced was taken out and photographed. Is that right or wrong? You remember?
I don't recall. I'd have to
Thank you.
look.
I think that's all I have for this witness. I think.
Get it. Once you gather up the paperwork there and then consult with your code officer, make sure.
That's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Officer Carver, on cross just now, you said when things haven't been contaminated, then you can find it. What do you mean by contaminated?
Again, those factors, whether they've been,
We just need a little bit.
I'm sorry. I hear myself being louder. Contamination can come from various factors. Again, to use the analogy, blood on the floor, it could be cleaned up, it could be wiped up, it could be stepped through, it could be, if it's exposed to extreme heat, there's things that can alter evidence, those factors.
So contamination refers to those four factors that can change what?
Well, just how it's altered, how it's viewed, location of how it's viewed, it can diminish its value. Heat kills DNA, so if it's under extreme heat, things like that can destroy DNA. So again, these factors can alter the state of that evidence. It could be delicate, it can be diminished, or it can be destroyed completely.
And is the time period of 14 days from when Jimmie went missing to when the apartment of Mr. Harrington was searched significant?
Yes.
Why is it significant to you?
So 14 days when it's unsecured, an unsecured area, meaning we haven't put tape up, we haven't put boundaries up, we haven't kept any unnecessary traffic from coming in and out and messing with that area. Those factors are in play. You can, you can be cleaned, it can be wiped up, it can be just by walking through the room, it can be dislocated or moved somewhere else. Shaking a blanket, hair, fibers can be shaken off of the linens and things. So it's in 14 days' time, a lot of factors can come into play.
Do you have any knowledge of whether or not Jimmie, it was confirmed by Mr. Harrington if Jimmie was in his apartment?
Yes, that was I was made aware through the elements of being debriefed that Lee had been in Tim Harrington's apartment.
Brief indulgence. You did several swabs and tape lifts, and they were asked about. How do you, when you tape lift something, so this floor, do you put tape all over the floor? How do you do it?
I would do it in various sections. So again, first the area would be visually searched or examined visually. If you see something like hair, fibers, but you can go ahead and do it that you'll know that area that you want to tape lift. You can pick different areas. It's recommended to take various samples from different areas within that location. The tape lifts with the car were taken due to they were car seats, there were hairs and fibers or hair-like fibers found on the scene, and so they were also collected, and that's why they was used through a tape lift.
And you do the same thing with swabs?
That's correct, yes.
Is it possible when you swab an area or you tape lift an area that you could just miss something?
So when you swab an area, possible DNA, you're running your Q-tip, the swab, over that entire area. And then I'm talking hypotheticals, so you would send that. There may be DNA on that swab. It may not be enough to create a profile, or there may not be any at all, or just very little. So it doesn't mean that just because it didn't come back as a DNA profile that there wasn't any there.
And just as last question, multiple people having access to different areas, does that affect the value of any evidence you could find?
Very much so, because the more, again, kind of like the courtroom, the more people that come into contact with an area, they're leaving their transfer of material as well. So the more people, the more open access you have, the likelihood of that evidence being missed, diminished, or devalued.
No further questions.
All right, Ms. Witness, you find it here?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
You say yes?
Yeah.
All right, you're free to go, you're free to stay, what's everyone want to do, okay? All right, if y'all got a short witness out there, I want to get as much done as we can today. Mr. Creekmore, y'all got anybody short out? Y'all got any short witnesses at present? Let's make that a yes or a no.
You know, it depends on.
If you don't, you don't. We got plenty of work. We're going to work a little while longer whether the jury stays here or not, so all I need to know anyway. If nobody has another witness, I'm going to excuse the jury for the evening, okay? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, thanks for a long day on a Saturday, young lady. Remember the court's instructions. Don't talk about the case. Don't allow anyone to talk about the case with you. Don't form or express any opinions or investigate the case in any way. Avoid any media coverage of this proceeding. We're probably going to work some, but not much tomorrow. But I got to talk to these folks and see what our game plan is tomorrow. We'll keep you informed, okay? That's right. All right, thank y'all. Everybody, let the jury get out. Everybody's gone. I want to talk about tomorrow, but if y'all got anything else that we need to talk about before we talk about tomorrow, we can do that anyway.
No, sir.
Your Honor, we did, raise yesterday in the morning, I believe, the issue of the expert, the disclosure of over 1,000 pages, a couple of days ago. But I don't know when you want to take that up, whenever they're.
I don't want to take it up at 5 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. I understand that.
They've had 5 days to go through it.
Yeah,
They've had 5 days, Judge. 5 whole days.
let's talk about tomorrow. Hang on. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No, if you got something else, I don't want to take up the expert issue now. I want to talk about tomorrow's plans first, and then if we have time, we'll talk about the state. Is the state moving and asking me to allow the jury to go on a bus ride?
Yes, Your Honor, we picked the jury from Forest County. We've had a couple of maps introduced. The areas are fairly close to the courthouse, but I think it would be advantageous and,
Hang on one second.
as
As long as they
hang on, listen. We got the bus, these are buses that hauls them back and forth from the hotel, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You got enough room for some tag-alongers if we decide to go on, without have we got to make any special arrangements, I'll say that.
Guys, they're still recording up there.
All right, we still in court, we still on the record, I'm gonna let them, if we not, we're still on the record. Is it gonna be any undue burden on anybody to
No,
put?
sir, I don't think so.
All right, let me ask this, if we go on a bus ride tomorrow, I think we'd have to have some understanding about where we're going and procedurally. It doesn't gonna need to, no need to go on a bus ride, we don't have somebody there pointing out the locations.
We're gonna take two of them, John?
Do what?
We're gonna take two bus rides?
No.
Well, it may be the defense wants to go on a bus ride.
Well, I mean, we'll do it all on the same trip.
Well, ain't been any proof on that the defense put on yet.
Well, I mean, if you want to take another bus ride, if you asked us to, we will anyway. I'll say this, we got a jury from Forest County that don't know anything about Oxford, Mississippi. If this was a jury from Lafayette County, I would not consider a bus ride. Hang on, let me talk. I would not consider a bus ride if we had, but we got a jury that from out of county that doesn't know anything about these locations. And I think the easiest way, we could spend a lot of time with maps and pointers and measurements and all that, but the easiest thing to do, since they're going to be riding on the bus anyway, to put them on the bus and let them ride anyway. We'll talk about what all stops, how many stops the bus makes anyway. But I'm going to allow a bus ride. So, have you shown that, Mr. Horan?
Oh, no. The state would suggest that
While y'all look at that for a minute, let me talk about a little more about procedure. If we do want to go on a bus ride, if there is any media present, they can watch the bus leaving. They can film the bus leaving. They can film the bus coming back with no videos of any jewel, but not follow along behind us. We'll announce for the record where we're going before they go. If they at some other point want to go make their own tour, they can anyway. But let's talk about where the bus needs to go.
Johnny, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
State address again, first of all.
Okay.
And unless they're gonna rest, before we take this bus ride, I'm gonna object to it. You talk about
Yeah.
different locations, we got Baker, we're gonna talk about locations, part of their investigations, where people live, things of that nature. If we had a case here in Lafayette County, and there were 15 locations, the court wouldn't allow, if it was a Lafayette County jury, you're just assuming, Your Honor, that the people in Lafayette County have any more or less knowledge about a location if they live in Taylor, or Abbeville. From my point being, Judge, it's going to put undue emphasis on the state's case if we do it right now.
The state can make their case in the order they want to. If you want to take a bus ride in your case, we'll take one in your case.
Your Honor, I'm not
Why would it make any difference if they took it right now or at the close of their case?
Because Mr. Baker is going to testify about anticipation. If they don't bring it out on direct, Mr. Baker and Mr. Burke is going to testify about other locations, especially Mr. Baker, other locations relevant to the case, and testify about 5 or 6 other locations. We'll haul them back out there again. I'm just asking.
I don't know. Let me. I don't want to take one trip, Mr. Creekmore. I'm not going to carry them anywhere that we haven't discussed. That's not. Hang on. I'm not going to carry them anywhere that we haven't discussed.
Well, I've known that, Your Honor. We got some of the locations in the report.
And I'm not going to carry them anywhere they haven't discussed before we discuss them. if we get, let me talk a little while, Mr. Horan, okay?
I'm sorry.
I'm not carrying a jury anywhere that they haven't heard discussed. It's practical in the morning. They're going to have a early lunch at 10:30 tomorrow. It's practical at this time to let them go on a bus ride in the morning. They've indicated they want to wash clothes and stuff like that tomorrow afternoon. If it later develops that either side wants to have another bus ride, it's about 200 yards from the hotel from here, and a bus is sitting in front of it. We talk about a radius of 5 miles at the most. We got a bus driver that we're paying. It's no big deal. If anybody wants more bus rides, we'll give them bus rides. But we're talking about not leaving more than 5 miles from this courthouse and a bus sitting out there running. So I'm not going to hinder the state or the defense in putting on their case in the order that they want to put their case on. We'll argue now. I'm going to let a bus ride about what the stops on the bus ride will be, and see if anybody wants to have it. If at the close of the state's case or at the open of the defense case, anybody wants to take another bus ride, it'll take about 10 minutes to do.
Unless we go to Grenada.
Unless you want, and if you want to go to Grenada, I'm going to assume Mr. Gary from Hattiesburg don't know nothing about Grenada either. I'll give you that option. All right?
I'm not saying we're going to.
I'm not saying. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I've told you 2 or 3 times, and I mean that.
Thank you.
All right. Let's talk about where we want to go.
Campus walk to Lafayette Place, from Lafayette Place to Molly Bar Trails, from Molly Bar Trails back to Lafayette Place through the back road, Anchorage Road. I'm sorry, from Molly Bar Trails.
Let's hear the state's proposal on a starting place and an ending place.
From Molly Bar Trails parking lot to the Walmart. So you go from Campus Walk to Lafayette Place, from Lafayette Place to Molly Bar
There you
Trails.
go. You carry me faster than I can think.
Campus Walk apartment, J. Lee's residence. From there to Lafayette Place, which is Tim Harrington's residence. From
Okay.
Tim Harrington's residence to Molly Bar Trails, which is where J. Lee's car was towed.
Let's talk more specifically about that. Are you proposing to follow the route that was in exhibit whatever?
Yes, sir, Rainbow Cleaners.
Rainbow Cleaners,
Jackson Drive.
volleyball. We'd be talking about going from Lafayette, past Rainbow Cleaners,
Yes, sir. And
to
then
Rebel Drive,
past Rebel Drive, left on Molly Bar, past Rockets, into Molly Bar Trails. I think they'll be able to get out of Molly Bar Trails.
all right.
Blizzard's in.
All right, once you get to Molly Bar Trail,
From Molly Bar Trails, you would come back toward Rockets and take a right on Macklemore Drive to go that back route, Anchorage Road, back past Lafayette Place to Jackson. Take a right on Jackson to go to the Walmart. From the Walmart, you would come out and go up to 6 to the Links.
okay.
And then from the Links back to the courthouse. And it may be, there's another way to go to the Links from Walmart. It's back down Jackson.
We'd go on the manner that's been the
Seen in
The scene on the video. All
I
right.
believe, I can't remember the name of that area.
I'm a little confused. You're talking about the route only that's on the video of Jamie's car.
I'm talking about